Well, la-ti-da. What's up, everybody? It's DH Thorne here. Hopefully you guys can hear me, and I'm not bottoming out the microphone. Looks like I'm bottoming out the microphone. What is up, everybody?
Good evening, all you spooky haunted souls.
Halloween
Hello.
spooktacular.
DH, Camilla, I'm so fucking excited, and do you know why?
Why is that, Flashy?
It's motherfucking Halloween this Saturday.
And it's on a goddamn Saturday, on a fucking blue moon, full moon.
And we gain an hour.
Yeah, and we gain an hour. It's like the perfect, the most epic Halloween of all
The
time.
night trifecta.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, we're getting a call in right now. Yes, it's the big man, Beelzebub himself. He says, eat a lot of fucking candy this Saturday. You deserve it.
And don't forget your fiber.
Fuck.
Well, that's what Belphegor would say. Don't forget your fiber.
And since we're on it too, it's spooky season. Everybody has a homework assignment from Flesh Priest for Non-Duality Club. You need to go scare the shit out of somebody. If there's not Dookie in their drawers, you failed.
Oh yeah, you got to make the Duke happen. You absolutely have to make the Duke happen, for sure.
Now, did we pass that already? Because we took care of that when we were at Jane's Hill.
True. Yeah, we definitely caused a whole bunch of people to Duke, for sure. Pretty close to it anyway. I'm sure there was a few full pant loads that night. So I cannot see the chat at all. Like, my vision is like completely fucked right now, so I'm just using the Force and I'm using my psychic powers to see that there are people here. I see Dia Phoenix, I see Quincy, I see Arcanos, Lucifer.
Everybody sound off in chat real quick.
Gingini, what's up? Jasonium Arcanum, what's up?
Feels like that episode of, what is it, the Romper Room?
Yep. Nina the Mystic, what's up? Star
I still don't get that reference. I see a couple people I don't recognize too, like Bear Pentacle, fucking bitchin' name, I love it. J. Thomas Monstrous Magics, Mac Callum. We also have Quincy LaRue,
yeah, that's
Luciferius 666, Lucas Foes, Jessica McKeary, Jennifer Vatsa. Thank you very much for that order. Eddie Romanov, Gingini, Dia Phoenix, Camisard, Arcanos, and AKA Morningstar. Krasinski, Slavic Guy, Truth Addict. Oh, they keep popping in. Johannes Josef von Engelstadt. Okay, I'm gonna call it there. Welcome, everybody.
I think there's a guy in here named Eric, too. I think I see the green logo. Eric Coetting, if you're still here, brother, take a bow. Say hi. What's up, brother? Good to see you, man. Cool. So this is pretty much what it's all about tonight. Like, we're all dressed up, introducing, the Crow Witch. Yeah.
The Sentinel.
I don't know, man. I think like this beak, like I can't see, but it's kind of cool though, because I want to wear this like go grocery shopping. What do you say?
Yeah, let's do that.
We're gonna wear this to go grocery shopping and just be like, "What's up?"
Why not?
I won't even talk. I'll just appear in the room and just be like,
just stand there lurking.
Yeah.
Lurking in the corner.
Johannes Josef von Engelstadt with the super chat says, "Happy Halloween, Camilla, DH, and Flesh Priest."
Aw, thank you, brother. Thank you, Johannes.
And happy Halloween to you, Joseph.
Hopefully my audio's okay, because I'm peeking through like 3 layers of mask and shit.
You sound good to me.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay.
Yeah, you should totally wear that because it's so on brand with Plague, just
Right?
Plague Doctor and everything, and it's a face covering.
And it
it's
is a
cool.
face covering. Yeah,
It
and it covers my
works.
eyes a little bit too, so.
And crows, signify taking souls to the other side.
That's right, they do.
All that,
They're messengers for spirits, absolutely.
Yeah.
The eye coverings are for if any of those dirty Rona infected come and try to just lick you in the eye to clean it. Just
Fucking peasants, don't you dare lick my eye.
peasants, be gone from my presence.
Damn peasants. How dare you. So, do they not know that I'm a part of the Black Feather Court, these motherfuckers? How dare you? So what are we going to talk about tonight? I have no idea what to talk about. Like, my whole thing was just getting on camera with this costume for 5 minutes, and now I'm just like, I don't know what to talk about, man.
Yeah, actually, that's pretty much mine too. So, have a good night, everybody. Buy our crap here.
Yada, 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 da, 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 da. I have no depth perception. Watch me burn my whole fucking setup down. Like, I'm trying to put, like,
I'm probably going to be bumping the mic so much tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really hope some people call in with some spooky fucking stories again tonight. I also know, too, we have one... Now, correct me if I'm wrong. We have one priority caller with a special announcement.
Yep. They'll be on at some point when we start taking the calls. Yep. We can also, once we get a few more people in here, we can make our little announcement, April and I, my beautiful assistant Honeydew, wifey do.
You guys have two announcements. Or, sorry, you guys have an announcement again this week, 2 in a row.
Yeah.
That's just...
No, we're not pregnant. Don't get excited.
Good job, guys. You're on your shit. Lucas Vose with the half of the beast.
That's okay,
says,
man.
I'm going to drop this as a small appreciation, and we appreciate you too, you glorious motherfucker.
To be brutally honest, seeing half a beast would be just as terrifying as seeing a whole beast. You know what I mean? So thank you.
I think I would be more intimidated by seeing half the beast, because what the fuck took out the beast?
Right? Or
it's just nearby.
Or do you see the...
Which half?
Well, do you see the guts in the middle?
You wonder which half it would be?
Yeah, that too.
Ooh, hey, Behemoth X with an interesting topic. Let's talk about secrets and the reasons for keeping them.
Well, honey, you're going to have to tune out for this one.
So will you.
What the
Except
fuck?
Camilla's about to drop some secrets that are just kind of like, wait, what?
What? Don't you dare. How dare you? I mean, you do look kind of hot in that outfit, but geez.
Well, there was that one time.
At least it was only one, hey, Des? So I guess we'll make our first little announcement first. So we put a few little items up on the Etsy store. We're still getting our feet wet on what we're going to be putting up there. So we got a few new things up there if you're interested. We'll get this out of the way so people can enjoy the conversation. I have some crystal wraps that I've done in the past, and I figured, you know what, let me clean them up, make them nice, and finish a couple of them and put them up. So I've got, unfortunately I can't see for shit, so I'm probably going to be holding these the wrong way. Let me see, where is it? There we go. So this is one of them, and you can go to the Etsy store and see them a little bit better, but they're hand wrapped by me, and they range from like $20 to $50. Let's see. Don't I sound excited? Here, Camilla, sell them for me, would you?
I'll play Vanna White.
This is my favorite one.
Right there.
I know it's your favorite one too.
What's that?
I know that one was your favorite one.
Yeah, the Kraken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got everything people ordered the other day. We got that all out this week, so we're pretty happy about that. So
yeah.
We found out.
I just got my last package out today, actually.
Yeah.
I had to trim a box because nobody makes the right size.
Yeah, we underestimated the size of the box. Yep. That was pretty funny. Whew, this is getting hot.
But it's out, and I'm happy, and I can sleep tonight.
Yeah. Well, I remember, like, it was just such a good feeling to see it, like, all piling up and getting ready to go out in its boxes. It was like, oh, this is finally, we're going to get some of this stuff out of here. It's so great. But I will be restocking it with more books for signing and stuff. So in time for all the holidays, we're going to have more stuff up there for those of you who are interested in that stuff. But, you know what? I'm going to take this off so I can actually see what people are saying. I feel like I'm just talking to myself, which is like, ugh. Whew.
Well, in a non-dualist perspective.
Really good in there too.
Yeah, really. Oh, man.
Oh, your glasses are fogged and everything.
Yeah, man, I couldn't see for shit. I was actually going to take them off because actually the little holes in this mask actually make it so I can see, because they actually...
they make your eyes focus?
They make my eyes focus better.
Okay.
Let me see if this works. Can I read the screen like this? Let me see. I could probably control the computer, but I couldn't read it now. All right. But, yeah, what's up, everybody? And my feathers are falling off. I got to glue them to myself. Who wants to come over here and glue feathers on me?
I'll freaking sew them right on.
Yeah, sew them to my ass cheeks.
I'll sew them to your ass cheek.
Yep, instead of having a hairy ass, I'll have a feathery ass.
It'll be your tail feathers right there. There you go.
Yeah. There'll be a tail attached to them, that's for sure. All right, let me put these watery things back on. Whew. Okay, what's up, everybody? All right, now I'm here. Now I can pretend like I see you all. So, what's up, everybody? I'm glad you guys are here. So I guess we're going to talk about some scary stories again tonight. I guess that would be kind of fun, right? We can go back into that a little bit.
Yeah. Well, that, and I kind of want to get you guys' take on secrets too.
Yeah, no, that's a good topic. I like that. You know, why are secrets important, especially in magic? Like, what role does that play? That's actually a really good. You know, let's go around the table and what do you guys think? What do you guys think is an important facet? Like, why is secrecy potentially important, both in magic and just in general, right?
Well, in magic, there's things that are very personal that should be kept more to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in magical workings, you want an element of privacy. Oh shit, Eric Goetting with the full-on beast. Sending peace, love, and power to DH, Camilla, and Flesh Priest.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Brother. It was actually good talking to you last night too, man. I needed that too, brother.
Yeah, I was sad I missed that, but also I'm kind of not sad I missed it because I was literally on an entire 11-hour shift. I was just listening to fucking EA Coetting podcasts.
You got sick of them, right?
Oh my god, I'm gonna get home and just talk more with this guy. Oh my god, I can't stand his fucking voice anymore.
Yeah, man, yeah. Like, I love him, but it's like, damn. God.
Love you, dude.
Oh, no, it wouldn't have worked for you anyway because we started talking like, 1 in the morning? So, like, my time. So for you, it would have been, 7, 8, 9, 10, something like that. So you would have been getting ready for bed yourself, I think. So.
I know I woke up hearing it too.
What are you trying to say? You're trying to say we're loud?
Not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. No, I was very sleepless last night.
All right. Well, I noticed that.
No, very sleepless. Don't think anyone did.
Yeah. So, okay, now instead of looking like the Crow Witch, I look like some kind of like a really scary fucking transvestite fucking, like I'm going to like a yeah, I look like yeah, exactly. I look like I'm doing a Rocky Horror Picture Show instead, don't I? Just give me the lipstick and shit. They're like, yep. So that's probably why I'm getting all the rainbow hearts. I know, I'm just kidding.
That's because the agenda is here with us.
That's right.
Both on camera and in chat.
We are friendly to the agenda. We do not discriminate. Everybody who is a badass individual is supposed to be here. That is the only requirement. That is the only thing that you are limited to. Is you? If you're here, you are one of those badass individualists. That's what you are, and it is a requirement. It's been a requirement. So, all right. So, what do you think about secrecy and stuff, especially with regards to magic, Desmond? What do you think?
Go on, say that again.
What?
I was switching out headphones for something that I could actually enjoy listening in.
My God, man, what do I not pay you for? No, it was...
You were asking me about secrets.
Yeah.
I think secrets are important in practicing magic because certain things, you know, if we're applying a pseudo-scientific method to all of it, you want a level of secrecy for some things because you don't want others' influences to throw off your results.
Very good.
And sometimes maybe you don't want the secrecy for other reasons, but to me, I always, if I'm experimenting with something, I want to keep it private and just see how that works first. And also there's an element of, as far as grimoires go and everything, there's this idea that the Bible was actually not, it was intended for kings, not just the common man, and everything within it is coded as messages there to where the more that you dig into it, the more secrets you uncover. Just, yeah, words.
Yeah, no, I think there's a
Secrets are
lot
good.
to that. I don't think there's anything wrong with what you're saying. I think it's all useful stuff. Um, Eric Wedding trying to give away one of my secrets over there, saying he swears I'm a goddamn vampire. Of course I'm a goddamn vampire. I tried to tell everybody not to tell you that one
It's
night.
not a secret.
God, I'll never forget. He's like, then there's
secret.
vampires everywhere, and I'm just like, shh, don't tell. Shh, quiet. Yeah, no, it's what I do. Except then I crashed like right after our conversation. I didn't fucking crash. How late was I up today, honey? I must have ate every bit of like.
All after I left for work, which was at 8 in the morning.
Yeah, no, I was up till at least noon today.
Yeah, at least.
Like, what was my last message to you? Like 12 o'clock afternoon, yeah.
Probably something like that.
Oh,
No,
man.
it was before that. I was actually home early today because it was too crappy out to be there.
You know what's really cool? Your glasses are reacting to the sun, to the UV radiation, and they're turning dark. Yeah, like they're transitioning right now. It looks kind of cool. You look like a troll who just trolled everybody. Like, I should bring that out here and do it for myself. All right. So
the black light can make them change, but they won't change in the car because of the UV coating. Isn't that just grand?
yeah. Well, you know what we should do? We should spray on some UV coating on your glasses so they don't change. Right? That'd be great. I bet you that would cost extra, right?
That would cost extra, yeah.
Back in the day, we used to have something we used to call Polish jokes, which I don't think we can talk about anymore, can we? I don't think we can even make those jokes anymore. Oh my gosh, people get all
The
offended.
Poles are a proud people.
They are. Like, I got no, but the jokes were funny though.
The jokes were great.
The jokes were good. So, all right. So secrets. Let's talk about secrets and magic. All right. Have any of you ever, especially as like a little kid, have you ever sat there and thought to yourself, I got a secret, and you didn't tell anybody? Or you hinted a lot, but you didn't? Didn't it always make you feel really good to have that secret sometimes? Not every, like some secrets you just want to tell, but doesn't it feel like you're holding something? Now, of course, there's secrets that are not good, right? There's secrets like, well, Hunter Biden's laptops, for example, but we won't talk about that much because then my channel gets shadow banned. But you have secrets that maybe are bad. So what good are secrets? How important are secrets in occult things? Why do they matter? Why would that matter? For one thing, when you have conducted magic, you really need to separate yourself from the working as quickly as possible. That doesn't mean you can't have a stray thought about it a little bit here and there, but you're really supposed to try to have non-attachment and cut yourself from that, because you want to release that energy into the world. And keeping your magical practices occulted on some level can be powerful. There's something really cool, like when I go to Home Depot dressed like a satanic axe murderer or whatever, like I always do. And people see me and they go, what's with that guy? Well, it's like an open secret. Because I don't go like I'm a black magician. No, I just walk around and people go, that guy looks weird and he gives me weird vibes when he looks at me. Yeah, that's part of the fun, is you don't know what's going on. But I'm still showing you a little bit. You'll notice that like a lot of people, as much as they might say, oh, well, I keep my occult works completely hidden, yet here they are all over like the internet talking about it and sharing pictures about it and all this good shit. So people don't keep it occulted in maybe the usual sense, like when we're talking about completely secret, like we did maybe in the Middle Ages or something. But it's kept secret enough that...
Back during the Burn the Witch era?
Yeah, back during the Burn the Witch era. Sort of like the current cancel culture woke era. It's just instead of being... No, I got to stop. I'm being naughty. I'm being really naughty today.
Save it for the politics channel.
So speaking of which, if you can see on the Flesh Priest's window there, he's got a link to... Oh, he's framing it so nicely. To our Discord channel. If you are not part of our Discord channel, please join. If you use Discord anyway. This is where we actually get a lot of cool stuff going on. We're, I think, just broke 80 members, right?
Let me check.
I think I counted like 77 the other night. I don't know. We're pretty close.
Quick maths. 3 plus 16 plus 3 plus 55. That's like a lot.
Yeah, that's like a metric several. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just under 80.
So, no, like some people who look at my stuff, they say, well, he's not very occulted. And I don't share with you guys the lion's share of everything that happens. I pick and choose what's important to share, and I share that. And there's still plenty of things I don't talk about. There's things my wife doesn't know about. Like, I'm out here all alone, all by myself, all night long, with nothing to do except surf the internet, do magic, and make money. That's the joke. Do magic, make money. That was the rap song we were going to do.
I'm working on it.
You still working on it?
Yep.
So I'm out here all night. And yes, that Discord link does work. It has been used a whole bunch. You just might have to type it in differently. It definitely works.
I'll give him a link.
Yeah, give him a link direct. Maybe that, because there's also a way we can do it that's a little different that will maybe be a little bit more accurate. So, but it definitely works. Most people, like, that's how we got everybody in. In fact, it worked yesterday for somebody. So it doesn't expire is what I'm saying.
To piggyback on what you're saying, Behemoth X actually commented he can't speak for everyone else that shares on YouTube, but he edits things out. Not everything, but sometimes to protect myself and to write.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. Well,
yeah.
You guys don't see
you guys think we'd show you everything?
Oh, well, maybe at least
gotta keep some secrets.
Yeah, well, I mean, am I fully groomed and everything? No, I'm just going to shut up. So
to kind of piggyback on what you were saying about going to Home Depot and in full garb and all that, I just want to touch on that last time we were at that gem store that we really like going to.
Mm-hmm.
There was a young girl there, probably about 13, it must have been her younger brother. And she was talking about this stone she needed. It was a piece of obsidian. She said it was just funny overhearing them and how scared she was, because she said, yeah, I really need this stone. And and the boy goes, why? Why do you need that stone? It's just black. It's nothing. And she goes, well, I did that ritual I was talking about, and it scared the crap out of me. And I read that this stone was the one that's going to protect me. And if I was anyone else, if I was a different person, I would have sidled up to her and said, hey, what you do? What you work with? But I'm not that kind of person, so I didn't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, true. No, it's like the time we were at that same store and the guy was trying to get it with that girl, and he's all being a know-it-all worse than even I do, because we all know I'm a know-it-all. So he's being this gigantic know-it-all about Moldavite, and he's halfway wrong about half the shit he's saying. It's no, that's not quite right, dude. No, it's not. And it was just so funny to try to I'm so bad. That's why I like people watching. I eavesdrop like a motherfucker. I can't help myself. Yeah, so no, there's a lot of stuff that I do that I don't talk about. It's in my journals, and I will pick and choose the cream that I think is important to share, because one of my pacts with the spirit world is to be upfront and sincere about everything that I do. I don't ever want there to be a question of, it's not even just for my reputation. It's also, I don't want it to be a question of, am I inflating things, or am I denying things that are true? If at some point I decide that none of this is real and I was wrong, I will be one of the people to tell you that. I will be one of the people, and you'll get all pissed, Thorne, no, it's all real, it's all true. Well, if I come out one day and say, you know what, on further introspection, I was wrong about what I thought magic was, I won't hide that. I don't like that. I'm not dogmatic like that. I want to share what I really believe and what I really experience with you guys, because to me, that's the point. That's what makes it fun. That's what makes it cool. I like when people, I like being like a scout in the spiritual sense, you know what I mean? And I like that. So I have a pact to be as sincere as possible. And that means talking about when I fuck up, and when I'm emotional about things. Sometimes I was telling Eric last night, I was as a chameleon kind of person, sometimes there's some people that bring out different qualities in me. Like when I talk to EA Quetting, I am a slightly different person, because I have a more, I feel like we're both trying to impress each other and be really awesome with each other and be good friends. And so I'm more likely to be really deep about everything. It won't matter. One of us could fart and be like, well, that's really a food ghost. And it'll get really goofy, but we'll be stupid deep about everything. And then when I come on here with you guys, I feel like I take a little bit of that off, and now I'm acting like, well, the kinky looking motherfucker that I look like right now. You know, I feel like that guy. I'm edgy, I'm goofy, I'm being funny, I'm trying to entertain you, I'm a little bit of a clown. That's also true. That's also sincere. That's also a real facet of who I am. And then I try to get like really, you know, not ranty, but you guys call it ranting. I call it pontificating. I start pontificating about something, and you guys like watch me pontificate, and it's all fun. So, you know, this is a cool medium. I like doing it like this. The sincerity, though, to me is important. I am not the type of person that likes lies or deceptions, you know, outside the context of like, hey, I've got an enemy and I got to deceive them. I would still rather deceive them with the truth. I would still rather play head games with them with the truth than try to lie to them. I don't like lies. I hate them because I usually see right through them, or I know there's something wrong, like I can sense like someone's being disingenuous, and I start getting really twisted about it. So yes, Behemoth, we can have fun too. I mean, come on, man. For those of you who don't know, watch Behemoth X videos. That guy's never having fun. He's like, no, he's got some of the most beautiful freaking videos about ritual I've ever seen, and was one of the inspirations for me to even start recording my own rituals. Like between that and EA Coetic, forget it. Like I had, like these guys were like, oh, I gotta try to do some cool videos like this.
Don't work.
And I got to give Behemoth X a lot of credit. He drops a lot of awesome wisdom in his videos. And he doesn't make them as much as maybe he used to, but I think he still posts like at least once every week or month, I forget. And I haven't been able to watch him as much as usual. But no, I love his channel. And it's always a treasure when I do get to watch them. I've never watched a Behemoth X video and went, oh, this is boring, this sucks. No, it's always like, ooh.
I'm going to get in really quick. Shaman with the super chat says, thank you, DH, for a great chat. Does this connect with Discord to chat? And if you're asking if Discord chat shows up here in this bar, it does not.
No, they're not linked.
Yeah. If you're asking how to join the Discord, like if you can connect through there, just click on this link, or I also tagged you with one.
Yeah.
But yeah, to jump on the Behemoth X thing, yeah, he is fucking intense with the stuff. I turned on the
You
King
saying he
Paimon.
fucks intense? Like I don't know if you should be telling people about his sexual habits, dude. That's not right. Like what the fuck, dude?
The King Paimon mantra, I believe it was called, and just, you know, the first couple seconds I felt like the dude from the old Bose advertisements.
Yeah. Whoa! And you're an audiophile, so you know. Like me, I'm just like, does it go bump bump? Good enough. That's all I need. I don't need to have like all the depth. Like you need, like you have ears like some people, like a dolphin, man. Like you're just like, you're not picking up on that.
I wasn't even talking about audio quality, but it is good.
No, there was a little. No, I'm just kidding.
It was very good. I was more just talking about like, oh, this is fucking intense. Oh shit.
I feel like I'm in a very saucy kind of mood. I feel like the Joe Rogan of the occult. That's what I feel like. We should start doing that. Like, forget the ghost to ghost thing. Let's do the Joe Rogan of the occult thing. I'm gonna start talking about BJJ and like all kinds of wacky off the wall shit. In fact, let's get Alex Jones on. What do you say we get Alex Jones on this week?
Yeah, I think it was Necro Nikki a couple weeks ago called me Young Jamie or whatever the fuck the guy's producer, whatever the producer's name is. I'm like, yeah, kinda, yeah.
No, Necro Nikki's here. She says you're Alex though. Yeah, no, she's right. I'm like the Alex Jones of the occult. I really am. And they're turning the frogs gay. Fucking yeah. And you are kind of froggy, right? Because you do have a little bit of French Canadian, so there's a little bit of frog in there, isn't there? Oh shit! Oh shit! Do 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 do. Fucking weirdo. No, I love you, brother.
Triangles up if you got them.
Triangles. I got one right here. This will have to do. My hands
oh yeah, hey, Mr. accusing me of not wearing the shirt on stream, even though I have before.
It actually looks good on you.
Yeah. I know. I make the things look good, and Lamia Nightstorm asking me to show all. Well, There you go. You get a little bit of a
Oh,
slip.
you have 2. I thought you had 4 on there. Holy shit, man! I'm glad to see. Wow, 2. Is
What
the
are you
number
talking about?
of,
2 nipples?
is the number of nipples like the number of arms and wings on Divinity?
No, the rest of the nipples are on my back.
Oh, is that how it works? Because I know, like, you know,
Yeah, because sometimes I like to lay face down when I'm getting milked.
I know in Hindu god culture, the more arms, the more powerful because they can do more. And I know more wings is better for angels and shit. So, is more nipples better for humans, or is it less? Maybe it's less nipples. That's like, oh, I think I know how it
In the
works.
right industry, it's
So
a
the
lot
lower
better.
you are, the more nipples you have. Then as you go up, the less nipples you have. So like when you're an angel, you have no nipples. And when you have multiple wings, right? You have like 6 wings and 6 arms. You have inverted nipples. Now what would that be? Impulse. You have impulse instead of nipples. That's what they are. They're impulse. You have impulse. Yeah.
Eddie Romanov says, "Forget the Joe Rogan experience. I want a cult fear factor." Which, for those of you that don't know, Joe Rogan hosted that.
That's true. Yeah, I forgot. Actually, my first Joe Rogan experience was back on News Radio. That was my first Joe Rogan experience. Like that was when he was like the weird conspiracy theorist guy on the show. He used to like beating up skater kids and shit. Like, oh man, he was funny as hell.
Yeah.
Have you ever done DMT?
Not yet, no. But yeah. So okay. So back to secrets a little bit. So secrets are power. Knowledge is power. Anything that is a secret represents knowledge that is being withheld, and that withheld knowledge can represent extra power, like blackmail, kind of like the laptop that I mentioned earlier that will get my channel deplatformed if I bring it up too much. The laptop and the other stuff that was discussed recently, insinuating certain connections between certain presidential hopefuls and other countries and their duplicities, especially Sinohawk, which is like a really cool name for like a douchebaggy corporation. I love that. Look that shit up. Anyway, secrets like that represent like the extremes of power, because now you have a secret over somebody that, interestingly enough, only has power so long as it's a secret. The moment you release that secret, you no longer have control over the individual, except in a situation where releasing that secret damages that person, right? But that's the idea of blackmail. So blackmail, once it's released, the damage is done, and it doesn't get any worse than that usually. Usually that's as bad as it gets. But that's the power of a secret, right? That's like really the power of a secret. So how does that apply to magic? Can you guys think of any way that would apply to magic? Is there a way we could contort that so that that concept of secrecy also applies?
In terms of you, like a curse using somebody's secrets against them?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would say that's very shadowy.
Yeah, a little
That's
bit.
what the shadows are there for.
Yeah, a little bit. I will say that like all the people, like one thing I don't advertise, except for maybe when it's done and I'm like happy with it, I don't advertise cursing, and I don't actually offer curse work. And if I did, I'd probably do it on the dark web just to make it extra spooky for the people who bought it. Like just because, like I feel like, if you're gonna hire a hitman, you got to like hire him through the dark web, right? So you might as well fucking come to me on the dark web for the really juicy shit. But no, like most of the time you won't hear me talk about anything, certainly no specifics. And why is that? Why? If you guys saw my YouTube folder called Client Rituals, which I have locked away hidden, if you guys saw that, you'd see that there's, quite a few rituals in there that I could theoretically, use or whatever. I leave them up for those people to download and use, but the point is like I keep them secret, and they get to feel like they have a little bit of a secret, and they get to feel like they have, this. So one of the things that I would warn you about, if you were shopping around for an occultist to work with you, you had better be damn motherfucking sure that that person is someone you can have in confidence, someone you don't have to worry about dropping your details around. Not just because it can spoil the working, but because, let's be honest, when someone hires you for magic, it's usually for shit that they're probably a little bit ashamed of or a little worried about, things that they don't want getting out. So when you guys are going out there willy-nilly hiring people to do magic work for you, you had better make damn sure that that person can be trusted, not just to do it, but to not have your conversations backed up somewhere and fuck you with them. That is something you had better be careful of. And, you know, like some people like Behemoth X, that motherfucker is very selective. He's not there to make money. And that's one of the good ways, you know that he's probably not going to screw you with anything. You know, you can look around and see, okay, he's offering rituals. He charges quite a bit, but he's doing it, you know, in his spare time and as part of his practice. And that's a key thing. Is it part of someone's practice, or is it their only way of making a living in a way? I don't mean like they make a living off it. I shouldn't say that because I do. But is it something that they push? Are they constantly advertising every week? You know, I do rituals, by the way. I do ritual. Or do they just make it like, hey, here's an offering? Are they pushing it on everybody? You know, having a sale this week for candle spells. Like, what is this, Walmart? So magic is a Walmart special now? Like, come on. So, you know, making an exchange of energy in the form of money or other trades. I've done plenty of freebie stuff, and I've taken other things in return. But what is the trade that you're giving? What are you giving to the sorcerer for doing magic for you? And how much of your energy are they taking, really? If I am doing a ritual for you, is it not possible, since you're opening your world up to my influence, are you not making it possible for me to enter your world and completely fuck with it and make your energy mine and do things with your situation to benefit me? Some people will do that. Some people will absolutely do that. They will try to embed in their rituals a way to control you, a way to influence you. You know, I am generally, you know, the type of person that will tell you, like, listen, you know, I don't want to do rituals for you. You know, if I do things for you, you are actually buying the ceremony. You know, you're not buying, you know, because what I'm doing is I'm performing the ritual for you live, and I'm putting energy into it, yes. But it's you that's got to open it. You have to actually make it work. And to do that, you can't be like, D.H. Thorne did all these rituals for me, because now you're like wasting that energy all over. So you need to have that little bit of secret in there, don't you? So, and also the concept of secrets does fit into Halloween a little bit, doesn't it? You know, like trick or treat. Like, how can you trick or treat? How can you trick anybody if everybody knows who you are, right? That makes it more fun when nobody, you know, like the best trick or treating I ever did was we would like go a couple of blocks away from where anybody would know who I was and just go on a rampage and do horrible shit to the neighborhood. And like, you know, we'd take like bike locks and lock people's bikes up extra, and we'd put glue in fucking locks, and like, you know, like in the bag, in your candy bag, you'd have like a couple of rocks in the bottom. That way, in case anybody fucked with you, you can hit them with it. But then again, I grew up in a rough neighborhood, so. What's that?
I got a rock.
Well, yeah, that was a hint, by the way. That motherfucker was fucking gangster. That kid was ghetto. When he's like, I got a rock. You do realize that was because he was the one who was beating ass back in those days. Yeah.
Clapping them cheeks. Rise from the Ashes with a super chat said, good to see you all live on my cigarette break at work. Love your streams.
Oh, thank you, man. Or
thank
woman.
You, Rise.
Thank you, Rise. Appreciate that. Camilla, say thank you.
Thank you.
There we go. That's better. Yeah, Eric's saying he turns down rituals, and I know he does. Like, we talk, and he's like, you know, there's a lot of people that he does turn down, and there's a good reason for it. There's a damn good reason for it. And his comment is, man, I turned down rituals left and right. Had a consultation today. Well, I don't know if we should be saying all this, where the guy was ready to give me $5,000. Whoa, for a love spell, but it wouldn't help him. So I told him not to waste his money. Yeah, I do that too. I get people just, they throw money, or they're like, can you do a ritual to open my third eye? I'm like, no amount of ritual is going to open your third eye, man. It's not, you know, especially from the outside. It's not me who's going to, you have to figure this shit out. That's where it's at, man. Look, I like to demystify magic a little bit. I like to, just a little bit. I like to, because there's a lot of superstitious mumbo jumbo flying around where people get the wrong ideas about this stuff. And I'm not trying to tell you that miracles don't happen with magic. I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to make it so that magic is nothing. What I'm trying to do is to bring it back down to a rational level. Kind of like this, okay? Let's imagine for a moment that magic can do anything. Let's make the argument magic can do anything, but like an escalator going up, you know, if it's going too fast, it's not going to be something you can jump on. If it's going too slow, you don't get anywhere. So it's got to be going at a pace where you can actually catch a ride on it. And if you're trying to make magic be something like Hollywood shows where you're hurling fireballs and shit, that escalator is going and you're never going to catch it. If it's going a little slower, you might be able to put your foot on it and be like, hey, what if pyromancy is something internal? What if learning to control fire elemental energy is as easy as literally just putting my hand to a flame, feeling the energy from that flame, that little bit of warmth, and feeling it flow down my arm. And I feel it right now, flow down my arm through my body. That's not enough warmth to warm my elbow, but I feel warmth in my elbow and then my shoulder and then my chest. And then I could bring it out and put it in the ritual into an object. I can take, especially if that object is sympathetic to fire energy, like another red candle or a piece of carnelian, like this nice piece of carnelian right here. I could take this and pull that flame energy through my body and fill it into this object. And it might actually feel warm, not for nothing, my hand's warm, so it's gonna make it feel warm. But it should be something where I can charge it with that energy. And then upon touching that stone again, if I did it right, I should actually be able to conjure that exact same feeling that I got from the flame, also from the stone, and have it travel into my arm, up my body, fill my energy centers, and then do magical work for me. Do you guys get it? Does that make sense? Does that like help you understand how that escalator, instead of saying, oh, I can go like this. So a lot of it's coded. Desmond said earlier, in the biblical sense, there's a lot of code going on in the Bible. Well, there's a lot of code going on in magic. When you have this pop culture idea that you can absorb the fire energy from here and then shoot that fire energy out and light a flame and stuff like that, that is not meant to be literal material flame. That you're pulling the essence of the fire from the object and moving it through yourself and into things. Okay, so magic tends to work via a path of least irrational resistance. The more rational and believable it is, the more likely you are to experience it. That doesn't mean, again, I want to make the caveat, that doesn't mean that what I said is irrational is impossible. It simply means work for what you can reach. Work for what your feet can get onto on the escalator and let that take you. Because I see a lot of people who they will like to proclaim, and I think they proclaim in a wishful thinking kind of way. The magic can do this, magic can do, it can do anything, and if you don't believe it, then it's never going to do it. And they never really accomplish anything with magic either. Not of the sort that they're claiming is possible. They'll say, well, I believe magic can do anything, and so therefore, but I never see it manifest, because even though what they're saying may technically be true in that magic can do crazy shit, if you make that escalator run too quickly, if you are trying to ride a lightning bolt and you're not capable of catching that thing, it's not gonna help you. Think of it like a slingshot effect with satellites. When we shoot a satellite, we want to go to Jupiter, right? What do we have to do? Well, we can launch the rocket with enough fuel to go fast enough to reach Jupiter, but the rocket would have to be enormous. So instead of doing that, we'll launch a much smaller rocket that will use the gravitational pull of different celestial bodies to give it a slingshot tug to make it go that much faster. Saves fuel and gets it there. It takes longer, but it's way more efficient and it's way more rational. The same thing happens in the magical world. When you are working with a talisman, like a talisman that you're setting up, you can charge it once and be done, or you can keep charging it every day with the same energy and do it more and more and more. And at some point in the astral realm, that thing is like it's like a brilliant sun in terms of the energy that it's got stored in it, right? But that could be wiped all away by a single banishing. Like in one little swoosh, it can be completely wiped away. This is what I try to tell you guys, that a lot of the time, it's the rational and reasonable approach to magic that actually gets the results. That's what gets the results, because you're coming at it from a multidisciplinary approach where it's not just, I believe. Why do you believe? Why is that belief so important? Why is that so important? To understand that, you actually have to go beyond the superstition. You have to understand the metaphysics of the subject. And you know what's really fun? The metaphysics are occulted. The superstition is not. I challenge you all to go around and find the sources of magic that are really upfront about the metaphysics that operate behind the esoteric things that they do, that really open up and show you the nature of reality so that you know how to bend it. No, they just show you the toys. They show you the stuff that's silly. They show you that, well, if you hold a candle and concentrate on it a little bit, you can charge it with energy and light it, and then cool shit happens. Okay, why? Why don't they explain that? Oh, they do. They'll tell you, it's just kind of like this, belief makes it work. Why? Why? That's where I hang my hat. I like talking about the why. That's why you don't see a lot of videos on my channel about this is a spell you can do, and here's another alternative for using a candle, and here's how you make this stuff. No, I try to talk to you guys about the truly occulted part of magic. The truly occulted part. And the funny thing is, half the reason it's occulted is not because it's hidden, it's because it's kind of obvious. It's stuff that's in philosophical history. It's stuff that's in certain religions, but you might have to read between the lines. It's there in your face because it's part of the reality around you, but you have a hard time seeing it because you've been taught that it's bibbidi bobbidi with a side order of boo. Anyone agree or disagree? I feel like I'm doing it again. I'm pontificating again. Shut up, Thorne. Shut the fuck up.
I'll say on that sometimes, though, those little we're not going to explain the why, we're just going to give you the fun toys, is almost like giving a kid the, my first science kit. Look, you can grow a crystal in this little tub or whatever for Christmas. Is like, I'm going to show you the fun you can have with this. Mm-hmm. It's up to you to dig a little bit deeper. We're just going to give you this much, but there's amount out there. You just have to dig.
I have got no problem with that. I mean, both are important. Both are important. There's a reason why my Become the Maelstrom book isn't just a book about metaphysics, and it's not just a book about, the higher nature of source and all that. It's actually about all of it, because you do have to have a holistic approach to it. I mean, that's the meaning of the Trinity of Self, is it's a holistic symbol.
Yeah, mind, anybody who cracks open Become the Maelstrom expecting just like, okay, step 1 of casting Fireball is get your charcoal, and then step 2, okay, next page we're going to talk about how to summon succubus. Anybody who's expecting that is going to be severely disappointed. It's much better than that.
Like, what is it? The I don't know what number it's up to. When it first came out, it was like 7 lessons of modern magic, and then eventually it was like, 12 lessons of modern magic. I have a copy of I think it's 10, the one I got. And I was skimming through it, and I'm like, so here's all of this basically plagiarized material from other systems, kind of smushed together in one book. Here's the Kabbalah, here's this, here's that. You can use this for this and that, with absolutely zero explanation of the deeper meaning behind it. Now, I'm not asking, especially in a primer book, which, like Become the Maelstrom, I consider a primer book. In a primer book, I'm not expecting it to be handed to me like in, reading like the Vedanta books or Neoplatonism. I'm not expecting like a textbook about metaphysics, but I would at least like some signposts that show that the person knows. There was a book a friend of mine recommended. It's A Deed Without a Name is the name of the book. I loved this book because this book, although it's not really deep into the metaphysics, it untangles a little bit of the bullshit, a little bit, so that you understand like a lot of the stuff from the ancient texts. I see a finger, but I hear no sound.
Sorry, I'm just doing some producer shit in the background.
Yes, be the producer, my son. Do a good job. I will actually pay you one of these days.
What are you talking about? I get a cut.
Yeah, he does. Well, only when we reach the right quotas. We have to reach. We need a certain number of souls dedicated to our operation. And when we achieve the right number of souls, then
I lap at their souls.
Then, yes, I give him the table scraps.
Bring me their souls.
If not money, you're going to be getting things in the mail.
Well, yeah. We are going to be setting up a P.O. box at some point, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, my favorite things to receive in the mail are mysterious packages that go tick, 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 tick.
I like when they're accompanied by strange white powder. And seeds. Anybody get the mystery seeds yet? We got a couple packs of mystery seeds.
We got a pack of mystery seeds and it said there was a ring in it.
Yeah. That was pretty cool.
Whatever happened to that? I was supposed to send that in and I forgot.
I think we were supposed to send that to the government, and
we were supposed to send it to Albany.
We're such good citizens.
Department of Horticulture or whatever.
We're such good citizens. Look at how
I don't even know what happened to that. I think it must have gotten thrown out.
My goodness.
Oh, real quick, Shaman with the super chat. That's actually what I was in the background setting up.
Oh, okay.
Shaman asked, "Where do I go to dial in?" I assume he's meaning for the call-in segment for the Discord. So for those of you who don't know, this is a live call-in show. In about 10 minutes, we're going to open up the phone lines to get call-ins. We will have one priority guest that's going to go to the top of the list, but when that time rolls around, when you see the graphic on my screen, then you will message Flesh Priest on Skype. There's only one of me. Or join our Discord with that little link right there, and you should be able to see me. I'm Flesh Priest on there. Send me a message, and I will add you to the queue of people that call in. It's we cannot always get to everybody because we do like chatting quite a bit, and sometimes we just don't have time to get to everyone.
No,
but we try.
What do you think, honey? Should I come to bed with this?
Yes.
Just like this? I got it on right? I got like the Donald Trump of bird hair going on.
Do it.
I'm just a big horny bird.
That's my get out there.
I brought you blue. Bitches love blue.
They do. Bitches love blue. Oh shit! Here we are again, having another fucking Thursday night. So
there's always at least one weird part of the stream. And
I think
if you think the weird part of the stream is me making fucking weird horny bird sounds, then you've never turned into one of our streams before.
Yeah, this is what about? I mean, the feather hat, man. I mean, come on, man. Come on.
You got to wear that everywhere.
I guess when it's DH Thorne, it's not that weird, right? I guess the thing that would make me weird. The irony is, I'm like the straight man in the group. I guess the only way to make it weirder would be for me to be like, and then you'd be like, stop it, stop. All right, taking off the itchy feathers. Hope you guys don't mind. Gonna go back to.
It's okay. I'll rep with some feathers in your stead.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. I'm gonna go back to standard blandered DH Thorne. Oh man.
There's nothing standard about you.
Well.
The implications.
I don't know which ones I meant, but they're there in the subtext. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, my whole costume cost me 350,000 pennies. That's a lie. No, these feathers, what'd they cost? Like $10 for like the one, and like they're like nothing. Like we're just walking around Party City, and we're like, hey, what's that?
Yeah, what's up in Party City?
Well, the wacky thing is the feather bow I do actually use in ritual. That's the wacky thing. Especially when I'm working with crow spirits and Malphus and things like that. So absolutely. Elric's late, so he has no idea. Rewind the tape, Elric. I'm not going with freaking Frankenfurter. Why would I go with Frankenfurter? Since when do I freaking copy anything? Come on now. Watch, he'll reload right to the part where I talk about being Dr. Frankenfurter. That's probably that's exactly where he's going to rewind it to. Oh, man. So, yeah. I don't know, man.
Do you guys have any more spooky stories?
Me or them?
Well, everybody, I want to hear some in chat, definitely, but you guys must have a couple more spooky
There's
shit.
always creepy things going on. Like I'll never forget.
Anything?
We had in the shed behind the house, we had our son's old motion censored toys, and absolutely nothing going by, no trains, nothing. They would start just going off, like sound and lights and everything.
Happy Halloween to you too, as well. What the fuck? Words are not working right now. I've had a long day. Fucking thank you for the super chat, Steroid Maximus. You're awesome.
So for those of you who need it, I'm going to put the link to the Etsy. Hold on. Oh, it's not. Why is it never save? That's annoying. There it is.
Here, I got it.
I found it. For some reason, all I got is the redirect, though. I don't know how that works.
I said I got it.
Woo! All right, cool. So,
Get on my level.
So for those of you who didn't see it, so I have 3 little offerings. These are nothing spectacular, but I want to make sure you guys know they're there, because who knows, you know, it's kind of like dime a dozen for these things. But I made them by hand, so that makes them exciting. So I've got 3 different crystal wraps. This is black Tektite, really good for communing with other dimensions and other worlds and things like that. So it's hand wrapped copper. I like it. This one's on the cheap side, like it's only $20. It's not that bad. It's just a little purple aura amethyst. I mean, purple, you know, amethyst aura quartz. It's actually quartz though. And this one
you did something with the fucking wire wrapping, because you've done this for years. I've always thought you were really
I dabbled in it a little bit. I've only done it a little bit. I don't know if that's not clear, is it? There we go. So this one is for more like aquatic energies. I like this one.
I still don't know how you get the wire so nice and not crinkled.
I make sure the camera's out of focus, and no, they're not bad.
Whenever I try wrapping a stone, it gets all fucked up.
Yeah, it does. It tends to get fucked up. You got to be you got to have the little carny fingers that I got with the really soft skin that I got, because for a guy who did like blue collar work, my hands are as soft as the way Joe Biden likes them. You put it that way. He likes to smell them too. Oh yeah.
Let that image permeate.
Yeah, just let it simmer in. Let it simmer into you.
Okay, so we are approaching the 1 hour mark. Anybody who wants to call in, go ahead and, like I said, follow the little instructions right there. I already have one person on hold. And of course, I'll wait to hear from our priority guest. But before that starts, I'll be right back. I am going to step away off camera for just a moment.
What are we going to talk about? We need you here to
on the topic of secrets, tell everybody the secrets that I don't want them to know about me. Please don't do that.
Come on, you know you want them to know your secrets. That's why you're here, baby.
I cannot control what you speak of as soon as these headphones come off, so I go bye-bye.
Yeah, spooky stories, huh? What constitutes a spooky story in you guys? I guess we're talking about paranormal stories, right? I mean, that's what we're really talking about. We're not just talking about like, oh, like I was driving down the road and you know, I almost ran the car off the road. That's a pretty spooky story. Now we're talking about stuff you cannot explain. That's what makes them spooky, right? That's what makes them really good.
I forget what night it was. Remember that one night we were coming home? I think it was from your mom's. And I saw out of the corner of my eye as we were driving up the street and nearing the red light. Remember that time I told you about that? It was the shadow man was standing in the middle of the road late at night.
And I wasn't with you, or I was?
No, you were.
And I didn't see it?
You didn't see it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I also have the memory of like a sieve. Like a lot of stuff just slips right through.
I think that was back in like the July area.
Okay.
It was right near that church.
Okay. No, I don't remember it. I believe you, but I don't remember it.
The corner where the church is, and then the what's that called? The other, the Islam temple.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember that. I mean, the one that I think of whenever I think of like a spooky story you told me was when you were a little girl and the Barbie doll flew over your bed.
Oh, the Barbie doll. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Is there much to tell to that, or was it just a levitating Barbie doll?
It was my little Ariel doll, the Little Mermaid. I had
Oh,
her
it was Ariel. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. She had the little dress. It was the human form one. I had her dressed, and she was laying in the little doll box on one side of my bed, and I thought I was hallucinating one night. I saw her flying like upside down over my bed, naked.
Well, that's how I would fly over your bed too. So.
And I saw her red hair hanging down. And when I thought I was hallucinating, so when I woke up in the morning, she was laying on the other side of the bed on the floor.
Yeah.
In the middle of the room. Yeah, it was pretty creepy.
Yeah, for sure. Arachno says, I bet you churches and synagogues have some hellish shadows. Some do.
Yeah.
There's one around the corner from here, and whenever I walk by, I see a shadow just looming up on the rooftop, but it's in my mind's eye, so who knows, maybe I'm just assuming things, but...
Is that the one across from the Dunkin' Donuts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, don't forget, that's also where the Veterans Memorial is, right there, too.
Yeah.
So, people leave a lot of suffering in those places, yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of suffering, what stories of mine did you spill? Did you spill the secret that I cannot die?
No, we actually were talking about the inverted nature of your nipples. No.
No, that's not true. They've now seen my nipples. That I wasn't intending to pull the shirt up that high, but it happened, and I can't take it back.
Those were inverted. Yours aren't innies. They're supposed to be innies. They're impulse. I have impulse. Actually, if you Google like
Mom
nipples,
lied to me.
If you Google like innie nipples, like I bet you'll find some wacky pictures. I bet you if you Google innie nipples.
At least you don't have dick nipples.
Yeah.
Not on my front.
Do you have dick dimples? How about dick dimples?
Oh.
Now we're turning into the Howard Stern
Wearing
segment of the show.
in the summer with a boner.
Show us your dick dimples.
My thigh gets a little bit of a dick dimple.
Show us your dick dimples. I want to see them.
Okay, well.
Oh shit! Like, is that part where the top just like kind of like curves back? And
aren't you supposed to save that for the OnlyFans?
Oh right. Well, we don't have OnlyFans.
Right.
We don't have.
I do have an OnlyFans.
Do you?
Yeah, I legitimately made an account. I haven't done anything with it, but just one of these days, maybe I will.
What are you going to put? Are you going to
want some hot black ritual magic?
I was going to say, what's it going to be? Is it just going to be like nipple pictures? What's it going to be?
I don't know. That's the fun part. We're going to find out. Everybody's going to like, who knows? One day maybe it will just be a picture of me like out walking in the woods, and next day maybe it's a gaped asshole. Who knows? That's half the fun.
I think you should do like a Belle Delphine thing and like charge like OnlyFans and then just eat a sandwich and just, like fucking just do stupid shit like that.
People would pay for it.
I don't give a shit about Bella Delphine.
Oh, is that how you're supposed to say it?
I don't know. I think.
So you're actually an OnlyFans. That's how you know, because she probably told you like you have to say Bella.
I'm sorry, I just want the ritual bathwater so much. No, I respect the fuck out of that. Just get a bunch of horny people just expecting the fucking nudes and just, I'm gonna eat a sandwich.
You gotta give it to her, man. You gotta hand it to her, dude. Like, how many people could pull that? Like, oh man, that takes it.
The amount of people raging over that, like, she never promised shit, bitch.
I mean,
she just started the account. That's it,
Look, people will send people money for things that they want to send them money for. Yeah. Speaking of sending money to people for things they want to send them money for, I realized Shaman had a question. Let me go back. Let's see.
Oh yeah. Shaman. That was when I was away. Happy Halloween. Can a succubi get blood offerings 3 times a day? Then visit for more blood offerings from me.
I mean, I don't see why not. I mean, I think sometimes, Shaman, you're asking questions that are a little mechanical. And that kind of a question is a dogmatic question in my book. Why would a succubus have a limit or no limit, for that matter? Why would it have either one? Why would a succubus Can a succubus get blood offerings 3 times a day? Of course. Can they then visit later for more? Of course. Spirits can wade tits deep in blood offerings all day long, and I mean, look at what the ancients would do. I mean, they would have sacrifices all day and night for days. Look at what the Norse would do with their sacrificial ceremonies and stuff. I mean, come on, man, rivers of blood. Look at the Aztecs. Rivers of blood was literally the norm. Pretty good. So no, man, there's no limitations. The question is, why would you want to, or why would you not want to? That's the question. How much of an investment do you want to make, and why do you think it matters? I can tell you right now that from my experience, the amount of blood is irrelevant. It's the number of people, perhaps, that have shed blood. Think of blood more like the flux when you're doing a weld. Think of it that way. It's a thing that allows the connection. It's the solder between the wires. The blood is a living thing that mingles in and out of it is like the closest thing to material, besides the breath, we'll say. So the breath and the blood, one thing I never talk about, which I should talk about, and I don't even put it in the book, you can charge ritual by breathing on it. You take a candle and you hold it, and that's really great, but try, especially when you're trying to bring life to something, breathe into that fucker. It's like the breath of life goes into it. So your breath is another way to transfer energy. Is it the amount of breathing you do? No, is there a connection being made? And the blood is another way to make that connection. Blood is a conductor, okay? It's got salts in it, so it's a good conductor in a scientific sense. But it's a conductor of energy. And if you have too much blood, it almost doesn't matter, because it's kind of like, like let's say you have a pool of blood and you put your hand in it and whatever, that's a great conductor, and that's but is it necessary? I would tell you that there is a little bit more to blood than just being a conductor, but it's not, to me anyway. I don't see it as itself, by itself, being much more than just a conductor. So blood obtained in the height of ecstasy or torment or suffering or fear or any of those things contains the energy of the individual that it's being drawn from. A human sacrifice, which we may or may not be able to talk about in detail with this channel, a human sacrifice or an animal sacrifice or something like that, done at the height of certain emotional states, will have a different effect on what's being done. A person who is, like the Aztecs, they lead you up to the top of the pyramid and they take your heart out. I mean, that's not a pleasant experience, guys. It's not like, hey, this is great. First of all, you're climbing a freaking pyramid, so your heart's pounding when you get up there because it's working its ass off to get to the top. You know where you're going, so you're like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Then they do this whole spooky ritual over you and pull your heart out, and it's like, no, that heart's full of blood and energy that's just whoa, like whoa, okay? That's not like a little bit, that's a whoa. So there's a lot of symbolism in blood. And a succubus, especially if you're dealing with succubus as a child of Lilith, or the offspring of Lilith and Asmodee, depending upon the dogma that you like, the mythology you like, the Lilim, they like to ingest blood, and they do gain energy from that, but they also like sexual fluids and similar things. So they like the congress of these energies being drawn and used. So don't misunderstand me, but don't worry about it too much. That kind of a question is like, can I make a sigil with a pen and paper? Yeah, of course you can. Of course you can. That's a don't worry about it, is what I'm saying. Go for it and see what you get. Just try it, I guess, is maybe the final answer. Just try it. You're welcome, Shaman. Thank you. Thank you, brother. $20, 20 bones from the Shaman Sorcerer.
Oh, dude, thank you.
Thank you.
To Dice Controller, if you want to join, call Flesh Priest, message Flesh Priest on Skype or Discord, and we'll get you on. I already have 3 people lined up. So, okay. Speaking of which,
we usually get about 4 people a night, so we'll probably get through all of them. And you want to bring in the first victim?
right
Actually,
after I give you
we do
guys
that
a little bit of beer ASMR.
before we do.
I have to pee now, you prick.
And just like that, my magic works. Suddenly, how many people watching? 61 people around the world. Piss.
That's
Magic,
awesome.
people.
That's
Magic.
fucking awesome. I love it. Oh my god.
I'm actually gonna pop off for the night.
What the fuck?
I was up since 5 o'clock this morning.
Oh. Well,
That-
could you do me a favor
very
when you come
broken
through
sleep.
then? Could you fill my cup? Because Desmond made me thirsty.
You want me to fill your cup?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'll fill your cup.
Everybody else need to piss, but you
I need to
got
load
this.
up the piss. I don't have any piss. I need piss.
Shaman says, thank you. Yes, this is my newest subject.
Yes. Blood. The blood of
Oh,
the
I think-
ancients.
Okay, so Camilla, it's great having you on. Have a fantastic fucking night.
You too. Happy Halloween, everybody.
Happy Halloween.
Go do the devil's work, everybody. Okay. First caller I'm gonna bring in right now, and this is somebody who has been on our show
I
before.
hate when they do that.
Summoning.
Hold on, let me turn
Summon.
off all the videos so we know. Okay, cool. Summoning. Did you make the sigil right?
Let me see. Dotted the I's, crossed the. Oh, I'm not supposed. Yes, I did make the sigil correctly. Everybody, please welcome Lamia Nightstorm.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, what's up,
Hi.
Lamia? What's going on?
Hey, how are you guys?
I'm doing good.
Doing excellent. Spooky season is in the air. I'm feeling
Yay, I
fucking-
know, I'm so excited.
Do you want video?
I don't care. Video or audio, whatever.
I have to find you.
Where am I?
You-
Summon me forth, DH.
Yeah, first try. Look at that. Didn't even take. Wow. Poof.
Look at that. Woo.
What's happening?
Boy, I'm busy a little bit.
That's a good thing. It's
Yeah,
good to
you
be
got
busy.
you got big shit coming up this weekend.
Right? I right before I jumped on here, I think I just finished the schedule unless they told me I screwed it all up.
Uh-oh.
We'll see how that goes.
There's
I
nothing
added
worse.
4 new presenters last night, so you know.
I was
Cool.
wondering about that. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, Lamia is hosting the Dark Arts Virtual Summit all this weekend.
Yeah.
So
tell them
we
about
have
that.
like a killer lineup. EA is going to be there, Zerafina, Barbie and JS, Garrett. Elric is going to be doing some stuff. Actually, Elric's doing some pretty intense stuff. I'm doing presentations, Jay Blackthorne, Morpheus, Darkson. Connor Kendall sent us in a video today. Thank you, Connor. Bonnie's joining us, and Jennifer too. So I got my girls there representing. So we're gonna have fun. Bonnie and I are actually doing some necromancy stuff that's gonna be pretty damn cool. Like we're doing our presentations together on Saturday night, so that should be pretty fun. So
I think it's going to be fun. I would have been there. You did ask me, just so everybody knows. I would have been there, but this weekend's going to be a little iffy for me because I've got the ritual on Saturday for the Shadowgate project, and I've got fun stuff I do with friends and stuff tomorrow. And I didn't really have time to make a video subject for it, so that was kind of like my problem. And then, of course, Saturday is the ritual thing, plus I might be doing a thing on my channel but again, yours is a special event, so it's like it's not taking away because it's like, hey, this is a thing that people knew about and they're joining. But I might be doing something on mine just for me and just for people who wouldn't be showing up normally. Thank you, sweetheart. So not to compete at all, just that I already had that plan before I realized you guys were doing anything. So I only met you guys like what, 2 weeks ago? I think it was, maybe 3 weeks.
I just sort of appeared out of the ether a few weeks ago. So.
Yeah, you guys just kind of appeared. So by then I had already made certain other possible plans. So.
Well, if you can hit me up anytime. You know how to find me on Discord. I'm sure it'll be on. If you get like 10 minutes, hit me up, and in between presentations, we'll do a quick interview if you want.
Yeah, we'll see.
If you have time. Yeah. And Saturday night, if I'm not totally wasted, which I probably will be, I might go out in the backyard and open you up a little, send you a little thing for your gate.
Oh, okay. That'd be nice. Yeah.
Capture a little bit of that energy and shoot it at you.
Yeah.
Saturday's lined up. We have a bunch of really intense rituals that kind of build on each other. And then at midnight, EA is kind of topping it out, and we're going to send all that shit out. So that'll be about the time you're doing stuff. And then I think Connor and someone else is doing some intense stuff over there on their side of the planet. So
yeah,
there's a lot of shit going down this Halloween.
Yeah,
I was surprised to see Connor on there. I had just mentioned him to EA the other night when we were hanging out. I'm like, yeah, I watched that stream. That dude was cool.
Dude, I love Connor.
Hey, that guy.
So bad, and I was like, I couldn't lure him to me, and I was like, okay, magic. How can I use magic to summon Connor? I'm like, Barbie's friends with him, so I use the magic of Facebook. And I'm like, Barbie, get Connor to send us a presentation.
Yeah, really.
So what you're saying is the whole time magic was the friends we made along the way.
Right. Yes, that's magic. I'm finding quite a lot of magical friends along the way. So, yeah, there's a lot of cool people in the community, and like everyone's like really on board to like try to create community. I don't know if you guys know about it, but there's 9 of us ladies that are getting together, and we're doing the Sister Witch Summit like 3 weeks later. We're doing November 20th, 21st. And then on the Sunday, the 22nd, we're throwing the event wide open to anyone that wants to do the community. We're going to post the link Sunday morning, totally free. Anyone that wants to show up and hang out and, join with us, as long as you're not a fucking asshole prick. Other than that, like, you're welcome,
That's always like rule number 1 of everything. Just assume that.
For those who can't make the summit, is anything going to be made available afterwards, or is it all going to be just for the duration of the summit? Like, how's this working? Like, they have to buy tickets and stuff?
Well, yeah, you have to buy tickets. There is a special right now. Just during your live stream, I opened up a special ticket, half off. As soon as your stream ends, I'm cutting that ticket off, and it'll not come back.
Quick, end the stream. No, just kidding.
But,
all right, guys, buy our traps.
There's like Halloween special ticket or something like that on there. I don't know.
That would be awesome. That's actually really nice.
You're already going to be there like every day, man.
Des, do we have a link to that so that we can put the link so that they can purchase the tickets if they want them, especially?
I'm actually on it right now. You are interested in the Summit of the Dark Arts, go ahead and check out chat.
Okay.
So DH, to answer your question, we're probably going to cut and release some of it on YouTube and stuff. The thing with it, a lot of the rituals, it's about moving that energy forward through the night and through the event itself. So I don't know how well it's going to be. I mean, it'll still be cool to watch, of course, but being a part of it in real time while it's actually happening, because all the presentations and all the rituals are designed to be hands-on. Right. So you can actually do them with us if you're at the convention. So, yeah, I mean, definitely, we will definitely be sharing stuff afterwards, but I just don't know. I don't think it's going to have as much oomph, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, it's always more fun to be there when it's happening, sure. For sure.
Yeah.
Let me see something here. Yeah, someone had asked, why are all the cool people doing streams on the same night? I don't know. Tell them that I invite them onto my show. We'll have a big 5-way freaking sorcerer's moot. It'll be pretty cool. I would love, like, honestly, I do like Frank White, and I really like Travis Magus. Travis Magus And he's brilliant. He manages to keep himself in his own, like, how to put this? Like, he doesn't join anything. He's just Travis Magus. I love that about him. I mean that in a good way. I really do. And I've talked to him privately. He's a brilliant guy. He's one of my favorite. Like, he's no joke. He's no joke. In fact, if you go to Travis Magus's channel, he's got an excellent series on the basics of magic and stuff. Not that I concur with everything, but he's got some amazing stuff there. If you're a beginner, would not hoit. He gives you a great couple perspectives. He's more of a hermeticist, and he follows a little bit more of those kind of traditions. But he works with all kinds of spirits, demons, angels, the whole works. Great freaking channel. Great freaking channel. You know, definitely, I don't know if I have him listed under my associate channels. I probably should if I don't. But one of my favorites for sure. So I'd love to get him on the channel at some point. That would be actually really cool. But yeah. So
just summon him from the ether. You know?
I've tried, but he's got his own force fields and protections. He's not a wuss. I can't just be like, come to me. You know, I have to send him a nice perfumed letter and be like, could you please come? It'd be really nice. No, he's a sweet guy too. He's a very, I had a problem not too long ago, and I messaged him in private about it because I was like, you're kind of out there, and I see you commenting on my stuff occasionally. You're a professional in the community. What do you think about what happened? And he handled it. My questions and my concerns, he handled it beautifully, beautifully. He let me handle it myself in a way, if that makes sense. But he asked the right questions, and it was beautiful. So love his stuff.
Somebody in chat was asking who were you talking about? I was doing producer shit.
Oh, Travis Magus.
Actually, I'm going to write that down so I can check him out later. So. I have all these people like jotted down in my notebook. Like it probably looks like I have schizophrenia or something.
No, that's your hit list.
So once again, who's going to be on? Like, what's the itinerary for this? And I think we got. Did we get the link yet, Des, for this?
Yes, I posted the link in chat. I'll probably post it a couple more times through the night for anybody who's interested.
The schedule, I'm going to try to get it up when I get off here. But basically, the rituals, J.S. Garrett is going to open with a Shamyaza initiation on Friday, so tomorrow night. He's also doing a Power of the Master Key workshop presentation, and Barbie's going to do a presentation on elixirs. And then Saturday is like just really heavy rituals and classes. EA's doing like 3 classes and a ritual. Elric's doing a presentation or 2 presentations and a ritual. JS and Barbie are both doing rituals and presentations. Like everyone's doing a whole lot of stuff. A few people like Zarafina and Connor, they had to mail theirs in because they're in England.
Yep.
So it's hard for them, to be
especially
here
and everything. Yeah.
Right. And Morpheus, I do have him for like 20 minutes for a short interview, but most of his stuff's recorded because he's in India. So he's a really neat. He is a neat guy. If you guys haven't met him yet,
he's chatted a little bit on our Discord channel. Yeah, that's one of the things I like about the Discord channel. Is like it's a place where people are coming in and just hanging out now. It's fun.
I really like talking to a lot of the younger people that are coming into the craft from whatever direction they want to approach it. Like they just have like fresh ideas, and some of the questions they ask will actually make you sit back and think of things in a different way. Because, but yeah, a lot of them are doing some really neat stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing is like people who are new to these things, because of their enthusiasm perhaps and their lack of knowledge, as a babe in the woods / kid in a candy store, sometimes they come up with the biggest breakthroughs. I found is the newbies. People like who've been doing this a long time. Like I bet you in 5-10 years, maybe I'll come up with some cool shit that no one's thought of and stuff. but it'll be almost rote for me. It'll be just like, oh, there's so much stuff I don't talk about, and I don't find special. Oh, people must know about this. But when you're new, you like want to talk about all this stuff, and you tend to just reach out in all these different directions and find things that the experts miss. People that have been doing this for a long time, because they get kind of like, yeah, I'm just kind of doing magic still. You know, it becomes like for them it's magic. For me, it's Tuesday. You know,
Right.
so they find like all this cool shit in sometimes right in plain sight that we missed, and I think that's part of my luck is I'm still relatively new, at least in terms of being public and in the community. So, but yeah, so it's pretty wild. So, do you have a spooky story for us to end on? Do you have a spooky story of any sort?
Well, I can tell you kind of a spooky story, and it actually happened last night.
Okay, yeah, lay it on us.
So, Morpheus is very adventurous, and he wanted to run this experiment. So he asked me to wait till he was asleep, which is easy because it's the middle of the night for me, and whatever in India. But anyway, he wanted me to summon him and empower him, basically. So I decided I would do that and give him a little protection at the same time. And he woke up this morning and said, "What the fuck did you do to me?" Like, what do you mean, what the fuck did I do to you? He's like, "My soul's gone." He goes, "I can't feel it. Like, there's this hole here. What's going on?"
Oh, boy.
So apparently I hit it a little too well. And he was totally creeped out. So I let him stay creeped out for, a few hours while I took a nap. And then I, told him what I did, and he was able to find it. But it was kind of an interesting side effect. It was not what I was going for, but that was kind of fun. But it was weird while I was doing it. Now I know, like JS does his rite of deification. He's always summoning people. I've never tried to summon a live person before. That was my first. But when I was actually calling him, I had this giant mirror. I'm going to be using it at the ritual, but it's like taller than I am. It's antique. It's beautiful. But I was using that, and as I was calling him, like literally things over there were like rattling and shaking, and there's nothing over there to rattle or shake. It was kind of wild. And then there was just noises going on in the house, like room. It really did feel like, a spirit or a ghost was here. So I guess the experiment was a success, but it had odd side effects. But it's kind of fun to run, I think, magical experiments at times. I mean, it expands, what's possible. So now I have all these things going on, like, so now I can do this or this, it's kind of fun.
Yeah.
But no, I hang out in the underworld a lot and cemeteries, and I'm always running into creepy stuff. So
and
I don't know.
Things stop being creepy when you do this long enough. It just becomes Tuesday. So it's like,
right?
Oh yeah, I was walking through the house and I heard a voice and the thing flew off the shelf.
Yeah. That happened to Bonnie the other day. I hope she doesn't mind me telling on her, but her Ouija board kept flying at her. Like, I think she said it flew at her 3 or 4 times.
Oh man. Yeah, I mean that's definitely different than the box of butt wipes that I had fly at me from the bathroom. That's the story we were telling last week when my wife was with us. Yeah.
The spirits were trying to send you a message.
Were you talking about the possessed taco shells? Was that you?
Yeah, that was. I try to make my stories a little light because I actually have stories I could tell that are not, and those are I in some ways those I may talk about actually tonight, a couple of them, because we are talking about spooky stories, but I want to get to a part where I feel like I want to. But yeah, so anyway, thank you for coming on, Lamia. And again, where can they go for this?
Thanks so much for having me.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, hit me up if you want to chat at all this weekend.
Sure.
I'll post the link to the tickets. Remember, guys, they're half price, but only till this stream's over.
Get them now. Get them warm.
And I have my whole team, by the way, promoting that sale. So hopefully that'll drive some traffic your way to DH, because I really like, your take on things. It's different and unique too. And I just love people that have different and new ideas. I'm big on that sort of thing. So
I mean, I wouldn't say it's different or new. I think that not many people apply to the left-hand path the things that I talk about. And truth is truth. It should apply to either hand, right? So
Well, I travel all over the place. It doesn't really matter to me. So maybe that's why it resonates with me. Just that it's more of an eclectic take than
True, very true. Yeah.
So anyway, thanks for having me,
Thank
guys.
you.
Really
Thank you.
appreciate it,
Yeah.
and good luck with everything, and have a happy Halloween.
Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
I hope you
Thanks.
succeed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You too. Good
Cool.
luck with the gates.
I'm getting
Hope
there.
everything's
Ooh.
fucking awesome.
Thank you.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye. That's pretty cool, right?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, man. I wish I had the more time. I would have been like, hey, maybe I'll do this, but I couldn't quite swing it. I'm like, I could shoot a video for this, but I'm like, I got that, and I have to have something inspired in my head. Like it's not just a case of like, oh, can you do a video? Yeah, sure, I could do a video. What am I going to make it about? Should I make it about me just standing there talking about butt cheese? What should I make it about? It's got to have something that's worthy of putting in a summit that is about the weekend. But I've gotten to the point now where it's like I try to do one long form video a week in a stream, and I've actually been thinking, well, maybe I should do a few shorter form videos, maybe instead of one big long form. And both are important, and it's like, oof. I think you can burn out on the business side of this stuff, and I do consider like the YouTube stuff to be a little bit of the business side, because it's like, it's my outreach program to give me excuses to study and practice more. So it's like business that's interwoven with the practice, and it's all one thing, non-dualism fight club. So it's like, ugh, I don't want to make it my job to do videos either, because I enjoy making videos. So yeah, it's definitely something.
Yeah,
to think about.
it's kind of like we were talking about in the Discord. I had to tune out early, but I saw a fucking wall of text the next morning, just about burnout being a thing, even with Magic.
Yep.
Or when you do it every single day.
Yep. I'm not gonna
Also-
lie. There's days where we have a holiday during the week, and I go, I don't celebrate that holiday, but I'm gonna fucking pretend I do, so I get a day off and don't do any, for real.
Also, Lamia is no longer here, but her face is frozen on the screen.
Oh, that's even funnier. Let's leave it there. She was talking about stealing people's
And-
souls. Well, here you go.
At least it's a good picture.
True. It's back again. Up, gone. Back. Up. It's really spooky. Okay, bye.
um, as a note to everybody in chat too, we do our call-ins first come, first serve as far as reserving a slot. Cannot always get to everybody, and I'm fucking disappointed about it, because I just had somebody message me wanting to get on, and they said they had a fucking Skinwalker story. I'm like, damn it, you're like number 6 on the list. Like, we're probably not gonna get to you, but fuck, do I want to hear that? So
Okay, so let's do it
call
like
it
this. Let's set a timer. I'm gonna set a timer. What do you think is a fair amount of time?
Like as far as them to tell their stories, or for the entire back and forth? What about, say,
Like a nice round number. 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
I mean, I was gonna say 20,
Oof.
15 or 20.
How about we give them 10 minutes, and if the story's not cool, or we've reached the end of a topic, then we say, have a nice night, and we get to the next person. We'll see if we can get a few out tonight. Because I know I like getting deep conversations, but I also like getting to more people. But I mean, I still got like 2 hours left in me almost, so it's not a big deal, but we don't have to go that long. But I'm gonna set it for 10 minutes. I'll set it for 10 minutes. We'll try it, and
we won't keep a hard rule on it, but let's.
oh no,
yeah.
Just because you said that, I'm turning them off. I'm a bit of a dick tonight, aren't I?
You'll be like me. The very first stream I came on with fucking JD Temple and EA Coetting of like, you said 5 minutes. The timer said 5 minutes.
I should have kept you to that too.
Okay, let's. Oh fuck! I said I was gonna message this person. Hold on, one moment.
Line up the next victim, my friend.
Okay, So
That does
this,
suck that like all the cool people are on at the same time, though. It does suck.
yeah, it does. I certainly have nights like that where it's like, oh fuck, like this person just released a video, but I have this stream I gotta do, or like, oh, why do I gotta choose between all these glorious motherfuckers?
Now the question is, do we be the dickheads and move, or do we stick around and make it the same night forever? Make them move. I don't know. Like I'm not. Yeah, whatever.
Well, I feel like no matter what, you're always going to run into some
You will.
issues.
No, you will.
Yeah, I mean, if it's what works most convenient for us, that everything, the universe will find a way, it will sort itself out.
I have a former friend who got really pissy with me one night because I didn't know he was doing a stream that night with another prominent person. And I went on to do a stream and I had no idea. And I got bitched the fuck out there. You knew I was streaming. I'm like, man, you never told me, dude. I have no idea. So that was rather gross. No, I really don't mind. I don't feel that way. I don't feel like, oh, if you guys want to go tune in to somebody else, go for it, man. If they got something cool to watch, go for it. We're doing this anyway. Like this is like, hey, Duz, you want to hang out tonight on a Thursday and do a live stream? Yeah, sure. Why the fuck not? Let's just do a live stream for fun. That's all it is. It's mainly that.
If we had 0 people watching, we'd still find something to talk about.
We probably would. We might start streaming video games or maybe like comparing nipple hair or something, but it would definitely happen. But yeah, there's that nipple thing again.
Yeah, that's it. Well, let's segue off nipples and
impulse.
Segue into summoning.
Summoning.
I am pulling you through the camera to our call.
Come to us.
And everybody, please welcome the great and powerful Jasonius Arcanum.
Jasonius Arcanum, what is up?
Hey, how goes it?
It goes. How goes it?
It goes fucking well.
So you should be getting a package from me very shortly, my friend. I believe. I don't want to spill any more beans than that, but you should be getting something in the mail pretty shortly. So how is Bonnie Old England doing right now? How's the farther away green place?
It's very wet. It's been raining for the past few days. I've got 11 little ones waiting to get out in the world.
Yeah, I don't put all those up, but I see them all the time. I'm like, oh man, he's got so many he's putting out. Like, who are you attached to? Not if you don't mind me asking. Who did you connect to?
At the moment,
nobody at the moment.
No, I actually asked on the Shadowgate group how would this work, because I just did it to give you an hand to see what the results would be.
Sure.
On my end.
I'll take you if nobody else will. I'll take it. So what you got to do is in the Shadowgate group, there's that PDF. I don't know if you saw that, but read through that PDF. You've got to pick a central sigil to decide that that's going to be the one that's your center, and then you got to connect the energy from all these. I don't know what you got, like almost 100 by now by the look of things. All these sigils you've been putting out.
These last 11 will make it a total of 60.
Whew, wow, man, you're like the most devoted sigil scribe I've ever seen, dude. You're like, and nobody asked you to. You're just like, I'm just going to put these up on Facebook. Just
well, hey! I may or may not have slapped a bunch of fucking sigils on a bunch of heavy machinery.
Was it 60?
I will not disclose how many I ordered, but that may be more than mine.
You have failed me yet again. No, just kidding. Jasonian, you shall be my new left-hand, right-hand man. No, thanks, brother. No, that's actually really cool. I message me on Facebook on the Fabu machine, and I am slow to respond there because I hate Facebook, but I will catch it there. And what I will need from you is a picture of the centerpiece one, the one that you were gonna. So you got to link the energies of all of them together, and have them focus on one that you don't have to worry about, like potentially being damaged, destroyed, removed, and take a picture of that one with a little bit of its background and send that to me to focus on psychically and connect to my gate. And I'll take that one. I bet you my gate's going to turn into a freaking nuclear bomb the way you got, because you've got so many of those things.
Yeah. That I'm going to use as a central one is actually quite close to my home. It's the first one I ever put out on his own, and it's on my back alley, on my alleyway. So
All right, fuck you.
he's going to be. I actually put 7 up in my local cemetery as well, and me and my friend did an investigation up there, and we used the necrophonic app, and let's just say it caused quite a stir when those little ones.
I appreciate that, man. I love seeing those. Like I said, I don't want to let like too many pop up because then it's almost like spam. But I'll put them up once in a while because it's cool to see that you got so many, and you cut them out like really careful too. It's really funny. Like me, sometimes I'm just like, and I just slap them into place. You dedicate them. Like I see you're really dedicating them too.
The reason why I cut them into shape is because obviously when you get them, they're on a white background. So I was thinking if I can put them on a black post or something like that, they're hiding in plain sight. So people will see them, won't see them, if that makes sense.
No, that does make sense. And especially if they catches their eye anyway, then it's even more meaningful. Like it's even more because that means that something drew them to see it. So okay, so I didn't start the timer because like I've wanted to talk to you for a little bit about this. So I'm breaking my own rules. Shut up, Des. Don't yell at me. I know I'm bad. I'm naughty.
I'm not gonna yell at you. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Let me do that. Let me do that tearful Lucifer thing. All right. So Jasonium, do you have a spooky story for us tonight to regale the audience of dozens?
Well, I've got a couple of cool experiences that I've had recently. One was about 3 weeks ago where I was, I just got the little ones, as I like to call them, and I was woken up 4 o'clock in the morning, and it's usually an hour before I'm due to get up for work, and I hear this cute little disembodied voice saying, "Legion," and I'm like, what the fuck was that? So I'm like, who was that? No answer, so right, sod it, I'm going back to sleep. So that was quite a strange thing.
What were you doing when that happened? Were you like just walking around? You said it was when you first got up. I think I misheard you a little bit because you're a little cutting out because I think of the distance.
Oh, sorry about that. It was actually I was still asleep at the time.
Oh, okay.
So, the second experience I had was actually tonight after doing my evening ritual. What I usually do is a Qigong ritual with a slight modification. I might have posted the actual ritual on the Become a Maelstrom Facebook group.
I think you posted something today.
And it's
sorry, you broke up again.
It was a while back when I posted. Sorry, let me just move. Connection's a bit dodgy in the living room. Hello, am I now? Can you hear
you're still
me?
There. No, you're there.
Yep,
it's just occasionally it robots when you're. That's all. It's not. It could just be the distance because you're in the UK and everything we're doing here is in the States. So, but keep going, dude. I don't want to interrupt you too much. Keep going.
Yeah. So the ritual I do every evening is a couple of meditations, and I do a Qigong ritual. If you're familiar with Qigong, there's a posture called Jamjong. Or standing on stake. I've actually posted the entire ritual on Become the Maelstrom on the Facebook group.
Yep.
And it's a certain twist. And what I do is I stand with that posture and just gaze at myself in front of my mirror. But prior to that, I've asked the 3 spirits that I've got altars for to work with me, Lucifer, Baal, and King Vina, because that's who I'm working with at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And tonight, I asked him, show me my inner demon. So as I'm stood there, I've got my aura. I can see my aura, and it's flashing from white to black, back to white, and it keeps doing that for a duration of time. And obviously, when I go into the meditation as well, I can also conversate with either one of the 3 spirits that that I've asked to kind of possess my mind, body, and spirit, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty cool. Apart from that, I'm just having the usual paranormal stuff,
I like you say the usual paranormal stuff. Like other people would like wait their whole life to experience that. It's
the spookiest shit just happened. Yeah, it was a Tuesday.
Oh yeah, it's. But I've definitely noticed a difference with having the little ones. When was reading the Shadownomicon, and you mentioned something about the shadow wanting to devour yourself, your own shadow wanting to devour yourself. And I felt, first time I opened the Shadownomicon, I actually felt the power, and I felt my shadow wanted to try and master me in some way.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to put that book down for a while until, I could really process what I was reading, because I did feel the power of that grimoire, and the intent that you've put behind it.
Yeah, it was difficult to write that because I was going through quite a change of myself to make it. And I think sometimes the coolest grimoires come out like that. Sometimes the worst grimoires is like you've gone over this ground 100 times already, and sometimes the best are when you're learning it as you're writing it. And I was going through my own shift in understanding so much where, I even said I had to re-edit that book a bunch of times to fix errors, but it was mostly to change the tone of the book because I had spent so much time in that book warning you how dangerous these spirits were that it was worse than like the Mad Arab, like in the beginning of the Necronomicon. It was like, all right, stop being so melodramatic and just what's going on, And as I tried to correct that, I started to really integrate the lessons I was getting from it, and it helped a lot. But it definitely, when I say they will devour you, so people who are not able to integrate their shadow will more or less dwell within it. Their shadow will devour them because their shadow will always have dominion over them because they deny or think that they've defeated their own shadow. That is like one of the stupidest things. Like when people say, I need to do shadow work to get control of my shadow. Oh boy, okay, have fun. You're going to have a good time with that one. No, that's not how it works. And so what I make sure that I maintain it as integration. And integration does not mean defeat, and it doesn't mean overcoming, and it doesn't mean any of those things. It instead of being devoured by the shadow, so there's three options, right? You can deny it or defeat it or one of those things, in which case it will devour you. You can try to devour it, which is kind of like the first thing over again. Or you can integrate with it. That when you're saying you're flickering between this light and dark aura, I'm not saying that's necessarily shadow, but that's a similar thing. Your energy is shifting back and forth between the two, the receptive and the draining, and you're kind of shuffling back and forth, and that shifting, it's like, which one are you? Your shadow or your light side? Your shadow or your light side? Well, you want to get that to stabilize and to be just what you are. You want to get, I don't mean just in that like energetic moment, I mean on a deeper level. I'm saying like you want to have the shadow in you be indistinguishable. That is the real goal, because that's synthesis. That's when your true persona can be, your true self, can be. So you need to really integrate that shadow. So yeah, man, it's actually nice hearing your voice. I never spoke to you before, but it's cool to have a voice to go with the face. And I hope the thing you ordered gets to you well.
Then, I just had a thought then when you said about the difference between, the shadow and the light switching back and forwards. Maybe that's like a kind of an indication of where we say you have to go dark in order to expand your light. Maybe that's showing me in a physical aspect.
Well, I think a lot of the material world is very yang, right? It's very much an expression and an emanation in a way. Even if it's got shadowy elements to it, it's very much an active, assertive process. People don't realize that because they think, their eyes receive the light and they think, I'm receiving the universe. No, your reception, yes, you're receiving the light, but your consciousness is crafting the universe that it sees. It is aggressively creating this. It is not seeing it for what it is. It is literally like deciding that what it is. Now, that's a very yang energy when you do that. And so the same thing applies to most of spiritual work. We think that, we have to be creators and we have to be doers and destroyers and owners and blah, blah, blah. Well, when do you start receiving? And when does that receiving happen? And the shadow side has that to it too. The shadow is a very sinister part of you because it's, you receive this. It's a receptive part as well. So is a lot. Everything's got a little bit of that yin yang in it. the shadow has that, just like the inside, it's got a little blob of light in there too. And without that, it would cease to make sense as well. It would just be all blackness, right? Without that little bit. So that flickering back and forth, even though I'm saying it should become a steady something, that flickering is probably you're trying to find that balance. And the fucked up part is, I see it like a pendulum, not a balancing beam. So instead of maybe trying to pick one or to make them the same all the time, maybe it should flicker, but flicker at such a rate that you can't tell which one is which anymore. It should be so quick that it's just a buzzing, just it's both at the same time. Maybe that's the only way, like a pendulum swing or a yin-yang spin. Imagine things spinning so fast it's just a gray circle, Maybe that's just I don't know. I'll have to roll that around in my brain a little bit, but maybe.
I suppose if you're trying to balance your shadow with your ego and your higher self, because that's how I see the Trinity. In my, I could be way off topic there, but that's the way I'm trying to get my magic to. Well,
you could make it a Trinity, because everything sort of in the metaphysical perspective can end up at a Trinity somewhere. It's like in the Fibonacci sequence. You have 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5. So the first state of awareness as we understand it starts at 3. You have 0, which is the nothing. Then you have 1, which is the I am. Then you have the what am I, in comparison to something else. And you have 1 and 1. Then you have 2, and they go, I'm both of those things. Then you have, well, that's not interesting. I need a third perspective to make it so I understand. You have 3. Once you have 3, you have that's when you get the first two-dimensional object, the first portal, the first table, the first plane. Requires 3. At that point, you can start seeing more and more and more. So 3 is like the foundational divinity. All divinities have the God, the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. They have the mind, body, and spirit. Everything's got a Trinity somewhere within it. It's like a fractal where everything's going to have somewhere in it some concept of a Trinity, I think. At least a lot of the things that I do anyway. You see it happen a lot. It's one of those fractal numbers. It just keeps popping up as 3. So 3 is a very important number, and it's a very foundational number. So to say that you have a Trinity of your ego, your higher self, and your shadow, but they are still one. So even if you can split that 1 into 3, there's still 1, and that's the goal. And sometimes the only way to unify is kind of like a car engine. When you think it's broken, sometimes you take the whole thing apart to find the broken part and fix it and then put it back. Humanity is like a process where we're constantly extracting elements of ourselves so we can interact with them directly, and then we reintegrate them again. So human beings, when we're young children, our shadow is actually integrated. When you're really little, your shadow's integrated. That might be why really little kids seem to not have a problem with shadow people. They're integrated because a little child doesn't have shame. It might have fear, but that fear is like a primal fear. That fear is a situational fear. It's not a fear of, tomorrow I'm going to lose my house kind of fear, or people are going to find out that I stole from them fear. It is a fear that is like a loud noise makes them jump. That doesn't by itself, although that feeds shadows, that's not by itself a shadow. That is, unless you're denying like, oh, I didn't jump because I was scared. No, you jumped because you were scared, motherfucker. We all do it. So the shadow is a lot about denial. That's a big piece of it. And so little children, their shadow is very small, if at all, and they're already pretty integrated. So as we get older, it's almost like because our left brain and our right brain, they stop being united, and half the purpose of meditation and all of this stuff is to bring them together and make them function together again. As we get older, we separate our shadow more and more, and we cast that shadow deeper into the abyss, and we put more pieces of it in the abyss. We deny more and more, and we all do it. I do it. Everyone does it. And this way is just one of many ways of fishing that shadow back out and making it you again. And you actually become more childlike, I guess, as you do this. I estimate that if I were to finish the complete shadow working that is possible, I would be more childlike by the end. And maybe there's something to that. You know, you notice like old people, they get more childish sometimes, right? And they seem to be happier for it, maybe, right?
Yeah, that's true. It's I suppose it's like you know, another way you can look at it is if you've got multiple disciplines of martial arts and trying to, even though they're separate entities, they become the whole. They become you. You know, they become nature.
Well, there is only so many ways the human body can bend, so there is a limit on it. But yes, I agree with you. There is a lot of things that, you know, I like in martial arts being eclectic as well. I don't like studying just one thing, but I'm not really active in the martial arts anymore, so maybe I shouldn't talk. But when I was like a ninja this, kung fu that, BJJ this, knife arts that, guns that, all of it. It was just give me everything. I wanted to know everything. So anyway, brother, I don't want to cut you off, but let's move on to the next person. I hope your package arrives safely with all the freaking the cornholio sickness flying around. I hope they don't make it wait a month before they give it to you, but hopefully you enjoy it.
I've already got measures in place for my little friend COVID. So
okay, all right, cool. So let me know when you get it. You know, put a post up or whatever. We'll see how it goes. So thank you, brother. Thank you for calling in.
Thanks for the call. Great live show as always.
Oh, thank you, man.
Hey,
thank you. Yeah,
before we let you go, and you know, this is up to you whether or not you want to do it, but Bonnie Woodruff in chat, maybe I'm spilling some secrets, would say it would literally kiss you to hear you yell freedom now with your accent.
Me? You want me to yell freedom?
Yeah.
All right. Freedom!
Oh, fuck yeah. So you're gonna. I'm gonna hire somebody to bring you to America, and when shit goes down, I want you. Like, I'm gonna have you there and be like, Jason, do the thing. You'll be like, what? I'm not do the thing. Brother, thank you so much. I love it. Thank you so much, man.
Pleasure.
Yeah. Have a good fucking night, dude.
Have a great night, dude. Thank you.
Thank you.
I love that dude now. Let's have him on every week. We should record just the freedom part and just put that in the stream every time. Freedom! I love it.
True.
Bonnie, I think that's worth a thumbs up. Yeah, that's right. Give us the kissy faces. Thank you, Bonnie. I don't think that's for us though. I think that's just for Jasonia.
Yeah, no blame there. Yeah,
he's not a bad looking dude. I should have put his face on screen. He's not a bad looking dude either. All right. Well, I mean, I wouldn't know. I'm not the greatest judge of those things. Maybe you could tell us.
As the member of the agenda on the stream, I will say he is a very handsome dude.
Very handsome dude. Okay. All right. Good. You hear that, Jasonia? You got your shot there, brother. All right, man. No, the stream's going good. What do we got? We have any good comments to get to, or do we want to get to another call?
I was a little bit back and forth. We got a lot of people lined up. We've gotten through. Actually, wait. We got through. Yeah, he was our second guest. I'm getting all fucked up because of the way I had to do that initially. We've got 6 guests in total currently.
Let's see if we can get to all of them. But if we can't, let's see if we can, because we've got one more hour possibly to go. We usually go about 3 hours ish, 2.5, 3 ish. Let's see what we can do with the last half hour that we got. So let's see what we can do.
All right. So this person had, I think, no, they were able to call in once, but they have actually been a guest before. Oh, excuse me.
Delicious. Sorry. Excuse you. Someone take that out of the
summoning.
You know, I'm just gonna let you do it. I'm gonna see how good your summoning skills are going.
My magic is powerful. Everyone, please introduce Elric Luciferius.
Elric, what's up, brother?
What's up, DH?
What's happening? Hot stuff.
Oh, a lot of shit, man. Dark Arts Summit all day, every day, man.
Yeah, that seems like it's probably been a fucking. I imagine it's been a fucking lot preparing for that.
Yeah, like, dude, it's recording, presentation, working up for ritual, video editing.
Oh, yeah.
I did video editing for Jay Blackthorns, and then I'm doing for mine, and then I think Lamia wants me to do another one for Morpheus.
Hold on, Bonnie Woodruff, she's all girl, and this is great. She says, "Ooh, a confident man that can say another guy is good looking. Oh, I love that. You gotta be like that, guys. Confidence is everything, right? Who? Somebody prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Confidence is fucking
We'll
sexy.
wait.
Right? We'll wait. It's gonna be a while. So yeah, so you're getting all this stuff prepared for the Dark Arts Summit, and so you're gonna be doing a couple presentations and stuff. So tell us, you got a spooky story for the Strem. Let me see. Actually, you know what? You probably want your video on. Let me see if I can put your video on.
I was totally looking at the top and thought I was already on.
He got the fucking lights and everything. Hold on, I'm gonna match.
He's like, well, I mean, that's half the reason. I wasn't gonna, but he's got like the pretty pictures going. So there he is. All right. So give us a spooky story or something. Tell us.
All right, so this one was 1993. I was living in a schoolhouse that was like built in sometime in the 1800s, and the place had a reputation. The road itself is called Salem Road, and it's known as the most haunted road in Marion County, Ohio, possibly in most of the surrounding counties. Not a single house on this road doesn't have a paranormal instance at least, once every few years. Everything from shadow people, cryptozoological creatures being spotted around, it's just crazy ass place. So 1993, I'd been living there for a year. I was 6 years old. My dad buys this new TV, one of those big old Panasonic ones from back in the day. And we're sitting there watching. And I decided to stay up because you know what 6-year-old doesn't like to stay up and watch TV. So my mom and dad fall asleep in the front room because it's kind of hot. It had to be maybe like May, June. But it's kind of hot out that night. So they fall asleep. We got the fan on because what the fuck is AC in a house that old?
Right.
That's
the nice thing about older houses. Like they don't get, like they're way better at just temperature, not to cut too far off, but it's one of my pet peeves is like modern houses are either too hot or too cold. They don't really do a good job of, you need air conditioning and all this other stuff to make it balanced, right? Like an old house is like a fan and you're good.
Oh, dude, this house was like the portal to hell.
Oh yeah.
Dude, people like, I mean, I could go off into a whole side story about, what happened before we moved in that scared a car full of teenagers, including leaving one running down the road. Fuck the car. He left before they did. But, so we're watching TV. They pass out. I'm sitting there watching. At that time, it's out in the middle of fucking nowhere. So PBS was all that you could get really that late at night. And, I start to kind of doze off, but then I wake up because something's happening on the show that I'm watching. I think it probably would have been Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes I was watching. But I'm like starting to doze off. I wake up, catch myself, kind of watch more, start to doze off again. And, I was always told turn off the TV before you fall asleep, especially them old ones because them suckers could pop at any moment, old tubes. So I go and turn off the TV, and I'm laying there, and the TV kicks back on. New TV, it can happen. So I hit the power button again. Goes off. I lay there, start dozing back off. TV kicks on again, and it's all static, which, for those of you that aren't old enough to remember, public television used to have a cutoff time.
All you millennials.
Yeah.
Hey, I experienced that too.
Shut up, child. You experience it on a YouTube video when it's recorded.
Right.
I'm teasing.
So TV cuts off into static, and I'm like, oh, this happens. I hit power again. No problem. Roll over. It clicks back on, and the static comes back, but this time it's audible static. And I had the TV down low anyways, and I always had a habit of turning it down, then powering it off. It was just something I did as a kid. Back and forth for a little bit, and then finally I power it off, and it goes off. I lay there, and it does it again. So I go over and wake my mom up. I'm like, Mom, TV keeps coming back on. She's like, well, you're hitting the button too much. And I'm like, no, I hit it once. So she kind of half bleary-eyed hits the power button, and it goes off. And she's like, there, see? No problem. And like literally 60 seconds later, it pops back on with the static.
Okay.
And she's like, probably messed up. So she tells me go over and unplug it. So I unplug it. It stays off. Okay. I lay down. The fucking TV kicks on with the static picture. Unplugged. Some like Amityville fucking horror shit.
Yeah, that's a little difficult to explain in a rational way, yeah. Although I've heard things like that, weird shit like that can happen. I mean, I got my own TV story. This is probably going to be my spooky story for the night. We'll see. When I was a wee little thing, I was to invoke a little bit of Jasonium. When I was a wee little bit of a lad, when I was a youngin', freshly minted, I was less than 1 year old. I had come down with scarlet fever. And back in the 80s, or actually this was the 70s, the late 70s, scarlet fever was a potential death sentence. Nowadays it's like, here's a shot, get better, stop bothering us. But back then it was like, it was a little scary. So we were living at the time in the Adirondacks. And for those who don't know, the Adirondacks is like, you know, it's actually older than the Rockies, but it's all worn down, but they're big mountains in the East Coast. And it's the northern part of New York. And they're pretty, you know, 4 to 6 feet of snow in the winter is not unheard of for a normal snowstorm. So you get a lot of snow there. So here I am, an infant, and I come down with scarlet fever. Now, the home we lived in was a property that my grandparents had bought in the 60s, I guess it was. And it was 100 acres in the middle of this Adirondack wilderness. It was,
goddamn.
It was my favorite and most terrible place. I loved it and I hated it at the same time. It was an old farmhouse. The foundation was over 400 years old. Some of the timbers were that old. Most of it wasn't, though, because obviously it's like the ship of Theseus, you know, whatever, you replace pieces. But the house was there for 400 years. So it was very old. We're talking, you know, that place was so like creepy and weird. People just couldn't sleep in certain rooms. Like you'd try and you couldn't sleep in there. We had the blue room. We called that the possession room. We had a joke that it was the guest room, but there was a reason we made it the guest room. Nobody wanted to sleep in it. So we put the guests in there because it was just the right. So this place was sold. There was no electric heat, no nothing. It was all wood stoves, and it had electric, but it was like the old electric, you know, like the old shit that was like, I think it was like the, whatever they had before the current one. They had to update that. But this place was like old and crusty. And but it was gorgeous and it was big and spooky, kind of like what you're talking about. So I'm there as an infant with scarlet fever, and my mom was she was told, like, if my fever got to a certain temperature, she would have to take me and put me outside in the snow or put me in an ice bath or something, you know, while potentially to bring the fever down, because it could take like a half hour just for them to get to us and another half hour to get to the hospital. That's assuming the roads aren't completely fucked. So she's like, so she found it like, okay, I'm gonna have to put him in the snow if it gets bad enough. And my father was an over-the-road truck driver at the time. They used to call him the Adirondack Scarecrow at the time, actually, because he was really rail thin. He was kind of like unhealthy, and he was just working too much. So he was driving over-the-road truck at the time. So he wasn't home most of the time. Well, he had come home. And he was taking a shower or a bath or whatever he was doing. And,
hold up.
You're ruining it, Elric. Okay. So there was a lot. So he's home for the first time in a long time. And I guess, you know, she was waiting up to see him or whatever. And she fell asleep with me on her chest because she didn't like the idea of me sleeping in a crib alone with this fever thing, because if I got hot, she might not notice. And she figured this way it would wake her up if I got too hot. And she could feel it. So I'm sleeping on her chest. And at some point, she's laying there and she hears the TV go on downstairs. And this TV was one of those really old TVs from, I guess, probably the 60s or 70s. I don't even know. Very old TV where you touch the buttons, like they were electrosensitive or whatever. So literally a spirit that was like an EMF field could touch and change the channels on you, for example. You'd be sitting there and sometimes the channel would just change because some EMF would hit it or something, would change the channel. I'm telling you, it was freaking fuck you up sometimes.
Was it the same kind where you could click quarters and it would set it off?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, but maybe. It was literally touch-sensitive buttons like the way your phone is. It was the same kind of idea. So, but it was different because they didn't have that the way we have it. It was some other way of doing it. I think it was like the lamps you get when you touch the lamp and it turns on. It was like that. So it would pick up the resistance. So the channels would occasionally change. So the TV just clicks on. It had one of those old button knobs that you had to like pull in and out to click it on and off, and it turns on full blast and wakes everybody up. And so my dad goes down and turns it off. And it happens again. Similar story to yours. Turns it off. Unplugs it, doesn't come back on. So everyone goes back to sleep. My dad goes back in to finish his bath or shower or whatever because he had just started when it all happened. And he's in there and he's like me. He's a soaker and he like sits in the bathroom for hours. So he's in there like relaxing, and my mom falls dead asleep again with me on her chest. And she hears in her ear basically like that. For those who still have eardrums, I do apologize if I bottomed out your speaker. So she freaks the fuck out. My dad comes running in. What the hell was that? There's nobody in there. Well, that was the last time I had the fever. Like that night was the end of it. And later in life, while doing channelings and stuff, I had learned that at that moment I had something about me and another spirit had connected, and there was a we'll say a merging, if you will, of something that helped me survive. I was probably going to die, according to what the spirit said. In fact, the spirit had said, if I remove my influence, your entire left-hand side won't be useful to you. And I'm like, okay, I don't know what that means. So maybe my brain got burnt out. I don't freaking know, because I was, steadily like 107 like all the time, like for like 2 weeks straight. So, that's actually, they say, one of the reasons why my eyes are fucked up. But yeah. So I concur with weird TV shit can happen. It's not just the poltergeist movies that talk about that. It can definitely happen like that. So, yeah, man. So what's going on? So what's your Dark Arts Summit going to be about?
My presentation is called Malice Through the Looking Glass. It's about opening a mirror portal and using mirror magic.
Okay, I love mirror magic too. That's a good practice.
Yeah,
so
it's sadly a lost art. I mean. Yeah. So many people don't understand it or practice it anymore, so.
I remember one night my wife and I felt there was a presence in the house, and I'm like, all right, here's a little secret that not many people know. If you feel like there's a presence in the house, you don't see it, you can't feel it, you don't know what you're looking for, you don't see anything in your third eye or something, take a mirror and hold it over your shoulder and just try not to look directly into it, and just kind of turn and look around. Look over here. Act like you're not looking in the mirror, but let your peripheral vision look in the mirror, and sometimes you'll see shit going on, and you'll see movement, you'll see a shadow, a quick little flicker of something. Like, you'd be surprised the weird shit you'll see. That's something my grandmother taught me when I was a kid, and sure enough, I've had it work on me. Now, I couldn't prove it. If I hold the camera to it, there'd probably be nothing in the mirror, but I could swear I saw something, and then I know where in the room to look, and then you start searching in that. So I don't know if you've heard that one before, or if I'm the only one, but that's one that my grandmother told me when I was a kid. So
I've actually found that a lot of people are often, I'm sure you hear it a lot about catching, spirits on camera, and it's like our modern camera doesn't operate on the same frequencies as the old ones used to. They operate at higher, more refresh rate. What are we up to now? Like 60, 120?
Yeah, like at least 30 to 60, but yeah.
Yeah, them old cameras, like the old black and white, I used to have one until the damn thing just finally gave up the ghost, pun not intended. But, you could catch shit on those, the old black and white snaps. You catch them, develop the film.
Yeah, because, especially like just regular film, like print film.
Yep.
There's something to that. But the one that's popular now is the full spectrum cameras, the one that pick up all the different, those apparently get results now too, so.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, dude, I want to get to the next person, but thank you for coming on. Desmond, flash the link and remind people while my show is on.
Is my command.
So for as long as this stream lasts, you can get half off on the Dark Arts Summit, where Elric will be a presenter talking about mirrors and mirror magic. And what was the name of it specifically?
Malice Through the Looking Glass.
Malice Through the Looking Glass. Sounds like it would be very interesting. So
I'm also doing a ritual on chakra removal.
Okay, cool.
So see how that one goes.
Bunch of people are gonna be calling me Thorne. How do I get it back?
Yeah, no, they're gone for good. Leave them that way.
All right, guys.
See you later, DH.
That's it for Elric. Thank you, Elric.
Thanks for being
Later,
on, Elric.
flesh priest.
Stay a while and listen.
Listen to my wild tale of television sets. It's pretty cool. So all right. So that's 3 down. What do we got? 17 more to go. How many we got?
It has since been expanded to 7. Yeah,
all right.
Currently.
We might have to start rolling dice. All right. Let's bring up the next person. Who's going to be
speaking
next?
of dice.
Oh, is it going to be Mr. Spook in the basement?
Give me 1 second. Okay, found him.
I like Dice. Dice is cool.
Yeah, Dice is an awesome guy. Yeah, I've gotten fucked up with this recently of like, wait, who messaged me first? And all that, so I just told everybody, this is your slot in line this time. So it's helping, except for I have to search around. And, oh, hey, they actually called me. And, oh, hold on, I'm just gonna fucking summoning. I may have just fucked Skype.
Did you fuck Skype with your penis or with your e-penis?
I'm pretty sure I accidentally just went in the wrong hole with Skype.
Did you use your e-peen?
I started calling them, but they were calling me at the same time, and so I just clicked the button to merge calls, and I think Skype just like screamed at me wrong hole.
Okay. Well, it's not yelling at me, so
I get a second shot.
So at least we're not docking.
Summoning. Everybody please welcome, after Skype has sorted out its business, the great Dia Phoenix.
Oh no.
Is it Dia Phoenix?
Can you hear me?
I hear you, Dia. What's up?
Yeah.
Not much. I just called in for your spectacular call-in special.
Oh, thank you. I should do these like once a night. I should do these like all the time.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't think you'd have time.
No, I wouldn't. I could though. Like we're talking about the Alex Jones thing. I could probably do something like this more than once a week. I really could. The problem is Flesh Priest. I can't get him to stop worshiping the flesh long enough. The flesh of trees usually actually he does a lot with the flesh crafting of trees. So.
So does that make him a tree hugger?
Tree fucker.
Tree fucker, yeah.
Great. All right.
I'm not satisfied with just the outward appearance of the trees. I need to get within them. I need to see everyone from the inside. That is the glory of the flesh and what I shall bring to this world.
What is the difference?
All right.
What is the difference between a taxidermist and a woodworker?
What's that?
The taxidermist gets wood while they're working with the taxidermy, whereas the woodworker uses wood to...
Okay, I think that fell down.
Okay, everybody, weird part of the stream.
Here we go, engage.
Found it.
And Dia was here for
Glad
it.
you're
Now she
here
gets
for
to say,
it.
what the
with
hell?
us.
So, I have a spooky story for you.
If it's spookier than the joke I just told, then I want to hear it.
I don't know. Okay, so first of all, let me just back this up by saying I've been exposed to paranormal events like all of my life because of my mom and her crazy stuff. So it wasn't like spirits would attach themselves to her and stuff. But anyway, so I'm kind of used to it. So when I find something that's really spooky, it's really rare. So have you heard of the ammunition plants that DuPont had?
Yeah, I forget where though. I've heard. I know
that
they
the
have.
one that went splody dope?
There was one that went really splody dope.
Yeah, they exploded a lot, and a lot of people died. So there's this area just outside of Keokuk, Iowa, called Powder Town, because they have a bunch of DuPont plants that used to be operational during the Civil War and World War I and World War II. And so it's like considered a haunted area. Now, you can't go there necessarily anymore because, it would be trespassing, so it'd be illegal.
Air quotes.
Right. But anyway, it is so haunted. Okay. That if somebody had a mind to, that they could like open up a haunted theme park.
Really cool.
Yeah.
That's like
yeah.
that's like you've heard of Kings Park Insane Asylum, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's about 5 minutes from my house.
Ooh.
Yeah, I want to make that. Like,
Wow.
if you guys want to send me donations to buy that property, you're also going to probably have to like get about 1 million or 2 million more people watching my streams. But if you guys want to send donations for that, I'll turn that shit into a freaking black arts temple, man. That'd be. Can you imagine that being like the site for a? Yeah. Anyway, keep going, Dia. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that would be super cool. Yeah. So anyway, I had to go investigate, obviously, and so the first time I went with one team and some friends. It wasn't like a professional team.
Right.
And but it was kind of boring. It was the wrong set. You know what I mean? They were just like boring.
Right.
And nothing happened. And I was like, okay. And somebody was like, oh, I think I see a dragon over there. I'm like, okay. So that wasn't really spooky. Here's what I didn't know when I went the second time. So the second time we're going, and you know how like a lot of times synchronicities will happen.
Yep.
I had the right people with me, and we had delays. So apparently at sundown, Powdertown is known for it's like a maze in the woods with all these old buildings, right?
Mm-hmm.
And apparently at sundown, the layout changes, which of course is impossible, right? So of course it has to do with perception. I would imagine, spirits influencing perception. But I hadn't experienced it before. You hear about it, you're just like, oh yeah, whatever. So we jump the fence and we go in, and there have been delays, so the sun's starting to go down, and the place where the hanging lady was supposed to be, she was not. Like we saw these three spirits on this hill, and we went over to the little building that they were gesturing towards, and there was something in there that wasn't right, and told my daughter to get out. And so we all started booking out of there. Well, the sun, we hadn't noticed the sun was going down, right? So the sun's going down and we can't find our way out.
That's not fun. Yeah, I could see, like, especially.
So we're lost, and so it was my daughter, it was Becca and I, and this dude named Storm, and he's trying to like hold the, he's the protector kind of position in the group, but he is so scared. And you can tell, it's just like, oh no. So we're trying to book out of there. And I swear to you, the trees were closing behind us. Like some crazy, scary movie.
Mm-hmm.
And we finally come out to where the gate is, and it's on the wrong side. Like, there's no way.
Right, yeah.
And I'm like...
I can only say I know, because like I've had... I don't want to interrupt your story too much, but I've had stories that combine missing time and dimensionality that were just like, what the fuck just happened? Like you can't explain it, except it was the wrong way.
Yeah.
Everybody remembers it opposite. It's like you had someone, Bonnie Wood, I don't think she was saying about, she said the word glitchy, that maybe I saw that word glitchy. I'm like, it's like a glitch. It's like a glitch happens. Like I could swear that door was the other way. I could swear the doorknob was on the other side. Like, what the fuck?
Right. So this is my experience with Powdertown, right? Now, at the time, I was involved with Austraga Coven, and not on the internet, but actually in real life.
I always like that word, Strega. Witch, Strega. Strega. I love that shit. That's a good word.
Oh yeah. And so this is after the high priest of that coven told me not to go there. Because he won't go anywhere near it. Okay? Because I'm reading the Shadownomicon, right?
Oh yeah.
and I was certain I would be able to like finish it in one night. Well, I was wrong. Because there it is
It's dense.
Yeah.
it's very intense.
Yeah.
It's very intense. Yeah. So anyway, this isn't my story, this is his story. This is his warning, right? His warning of that powder town is one night him and his friends were out there drinking. And they were in the back of a truck drinking, and he saw something on top of the roof of one of the buildings, right? And it had red glowing eyes. Well, he was kind of used to spooky stuff, right? He didn't really think much of it, right? Until it stood up.
Mm-hmm.
Because it wasn't on top of the roof. It was like sitting on the building.
Okay. Yeah.
So it was like a giant shadow.
Oh man.
and he said they just all jumped in the truck and left.
Oh man, that doesn't sound like the tall man except the size. But then again, I've seen, part of it is like what we see sometimes is entirely internal. Sometimes it's literally evoked because of our fear, and so it can materialize into something that can be seen potentially with the real eyes. I've seen that happen once or twice, and the size is like a projection, right? The size is like whatever is going to scare you the most, it could be. And I will say that like some of them, like Ranzael specifically, was huge. Like whenever I saw him, he was either at least my size, but usually like 10, 12 feet tall at least. But the tall man looks tall. He just looks like a person, but big, it's tough to say. Like, I think their size is a projection, of course, but yeah, in reading Shadownomicon, did it remind you of any of the specific ones that I mentioned? Because I think what I drew in that book was just my own mind's eye interpretation, but they don't have to look that way at all, like the way I drew them. What do you feel? Do you feel it was one of them, or do you think it was just one of the lesser shadows, or do you think it was something else?
I think that he saw the the Mothman. I think he saw the Mothman.
Okay, all right, yep.
Yeah, because I think that all that disaster happened there. But the thing is it's outside of a town called Keokuk.
Yep.
That is a place that has like underground tunnels that I've taken people down to try to explore, and most people didn't even know it had an underground until the music shop fell into the underground. We already knew, obviously.
Yeah.
And we were already exploring, but so I mean, it is like that whole area is really creepy. It has a lot of limestone underground, and just energetically, the whole area is really hyper energetic. But so about the Shadownomicon, okay, what really blew my mind. And I'm not done reading it, okay. But how forthcoming you are about everything. I think that it's an amazing story, and and I could identify with a lot of the stuff that you experienced, and I've had similar experiences, and but I think that your I don't want to say scientific approach, but
yeah, I wouldn't call it quite that because I'm not a scientist.
Your rational, your attempt at understanding what was going on and trying not to be superstitious about it, but understanding like the energy stuff. Like we used to call it bucks. Mm-hmm. Like when people would lose their energy because of something, or and oh my God, In my own history, and this is Shadownomicon stuff right now, I used to disregard a lot of the shadow people because, I was involved in Wicca and witchcraft, and, I didn't really understand what they were or how they fit into any of those paradigms. And of course, they don't fit into the paradigms because the paradigms are templates that are dogmatic.
Yeah. They don't really fit into many they actually, that's the thing, like in my research to try to find evidence for them besides just the urban myths, I came up with near zero, and I think that's because they were always conflated as demons and shit like that, and they were never identified as their own thing, maybe for a good reason. People, I think, are if people were to be told that this is a product of themselves somehow, I think it's scarier. Like it's more fun to think there's not that there isn't like an infernal realms that we can visit in the astral, but to think that there's a hell that demons come out of somehow gives you comfort compared to the idea that this shadow that you're seeing may be a product of your own psyche that is projecting itself in and evoking into a being external, or it could be someone else's. It is not necessarily yours, but it could be somebody else. Something more, I think personally, more fingernails on a blackboard to your spirit to think that than because you can kind of make an excuse. A demon's a demon and it's just pure evil and blah blah blah. Oh, this is a human being. This is something human a little bit. There's a human element to this. Can somehow, I think, personally, makes it a little bit worse because it's also more believable. I think to a rational person somehow.
Well, I think there's that believable element, but then I think that it also the reason it's like the nails on the chalkboard is of the cognitive dissonance, because it calls into question what is human potential.
Yeah.
And so it's like, whoa, we can do that? Whoa. Wait a minute, what have we been doing this whole time? Because it's almost like sleight of mind where we've been told this is what we are and this is what we do, and then there's these shadow people that are like, is that what you are?
Right.
Is that what you do? Because if they're a part of us and we're a part of them, and I mean, and this goes, I'm not trying to start a non-duality rant, but I am saying
you don't have to start it. It will happen.
It will happen. No, I'm avoiding it this week. I am intense because we had a big. I think you're in the Discord, right? We had a big non-duality conversation the other day, and I kind of got it out of my system for a day or two. Plus, I talked to EA last night, and we talked for like 4 hours, and that always comes up. So I'm good. We're gonna.
Okay, cool. So I'm just.
But you are the source. Just telling you.
It speaks to our true potential.
Yeah.
And so that's why it's nailed on the chalkboard, because it's easier to believe that in a deity being powerful, in a demon being powerful, than it is in us being powerful.
Yeah, it's like knowing you are the Baphomet.
Yes.
And a lot of people like to externalize that. If they only understood that you are the Baphomet and you can be the Baphomet and the Baphomet is you, that's like a quantum leap. And it's amazing how many people are just dogmatic, superstitious people that don't see that. And they could be told that and go, yeah, I'm the Baphomet. No, you are the Baphomet. You. So, Dia, thank you. Is that the end of the story? Or does it get spookier?
Well, it is, it goes back to, we are the kind of people that's hard to spook. So, no.
Not to say that I won't jump, because I will, but I usually jump and then stand there and go, you asshole ghost motherfucker.
So yeah, that is the end of the Powder Town story. Well, wait, I could tag on the Taggart story, because Taggart, he used to live right by Powder Town,
mm-hmm.
and he used to see dragons over there. And actually, a lot of people see what they describe as dragons over there, even non-magical people, because they're large shadows that they're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
And so we used to play D&D over at Taggart's house, right there by Powder Town. And many years later, when I moved to Arizona, and we were doing the Ouija board, I'm not really into Ouija boards, but everybody always thinks, "Oh, Dia's a witch. Let's get the Ouija board out." I'm like, okay. I'm not really into them, but let's.
You know, SciShow just did a video. SciShow Psych today just did a video about Ouija boards, and I don't want to click on it because I'm going to get mad if I do. But keep going.
anyway, so because I would rather have direct communication than use a board.
Yes.
Anyway,
yeah. I don't even like using cards, but I'll use cards when I'm stumped. And that's when I pull my cards out. Yeah.
So anyway, so we're doing the Ouija board, and the spirit on the Ouija board says that his name is Taggart. And I'm like, no, there's no way your name is Taggart. Because Taggart's like way younger than me, and there's no way that he's passed away. And so I called my friend who used to DM over there, and he said, oh yeah, Taggart passed away. He was in a car accident, and in the helicopter when they were taking him, they gave him the wrong insulin, and it was a medical snafu, and he died.
Oh shit.
Yeah. And so it really was Taggart.
Wow, that's something. That's the thing with that stuff. I mean, one of the issues like the Ouija board is a little bit like a pendulum. There's so much room for fakery because of the way it works. You really gotta either, I've never really used Ouija much, so I can't comment too far, except to say I've only used it with other people. I know some people say they can use it by themselves. That's cool. I could sort of imagine how that could work, but you got to really trust the people you're with. And it's like when using a pendulum, you really got to trust yourself to not consciously interfere, because it's still your body doing it. You have to, not consciously manipulate the pendulum, and it can be difficult. That's why it's challenging. I prefer, like you, I like to just go into a trance or stare at a crystal or a flame and just go there in my mind's eye. It's so much to me, because then I know, like, if I get a lot of messages there, I can write it all down, and I don't feel this like I already sort of understand that it's in my imagination, so to speak, so I'm okay with it being wrong, right? Whereas, like, if I do a tarot reading and the tarot's completely wrong, I get mad, because it's like, it's a solid object that I feel I want to learn to trust, and when it fails you, it's like an external failure, and it kind of breaks that trust. But me, I'm not so mad if my imagination's wrong, right? I don't get mad if like, it's just like, okay, I was wrong, it's okay. So, no, that's pretty wild. I like your stories, Dia. Let's have you on with another. We should just keep doing spooky stories for like the whole month of October, but that'll be pretty much this last weekend, won't it? So,
yeah, I know. You have to let Dice Controller get on here.
Yeah, he's got to tell us a little bit more about his basement stories, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, all right.
Dia, thank you for calling in.
Yeah, of course. I love calling in. I love your call-in shows.
I like doing them. They're actually more fun for us. As much as I like just blabber walking in my day away, I like to have other people come in, because it's interesting. I feel like this is something that's sorely missing in this kind of content, is what do you, the viewers, truly think? And to be honest with you, like, since I started doing this, the super chats went way down, but I don't care. I have way more fun doing this, because it's like, yeah, come on, let's talk. Let's actually talk about this stuff. So thank you, Dia. Thank you so much for coming in and sharing that with us. I especially like that Taggart one, believe it or not. That was actually, to me, that one was a good one. So, of course, Desmond missed it. He'll have to rewind the tape and watch it later.
Oh, he missed it. Okay.
Yeah, I had to step off because I've got a bladder like a kitten tonight.
Tonight?
Okay, all the time.
Well, if you didn't wear the super tight underoos all the time, I mean, for crying out loud, man.
Hey, I don't want my balls sagging down to my knees by the time I'm 40.
You're not gonna make it to 40, dude. What are you worried about? So, Dia, thank you so much for showing up. I appreciate you. Let's all say goodnight to Dia. Let's bring on the next person.
Fucking thank you, Dia.
Let's summon Dice.
Oh, it says you kicked her out. That's such mean. You're so mean. You kicked her out.
I mean, I have to kick everyone from here. That's how you know what? Fuck you.
I'm teasing you. I'm in that mood. If I'm not, like, I'm definitely sassy tonight. Like, is that the word, sassy? I'm definitely sassy.
But yeah, to expand on what you said about just how much fun the call-ins are, I fucking love that because everybody comes with such a different perspective. I mean, I've said this every other stream of you and I do not see eye to eye
You
on
bitch. I'm
everything,
just kidding.
which is fucking great. And I love that. And I love getting a bunch of people on here who have such different, like they practice things that you and I just fucking don't even touch.
Yeah,
Like
that's true. Yeah,
it's interesting hearing the different perspectives.
definitely true. Definitely true. And don't worry, one day you will see eye to eye. I just have to elevate you high enough. I'm just kidding. There's my ego
Oh, you
again.
bitch.
Well, you put such emphasis eye to eye, and I'm like, ooh, I felt the viper fangs come. I'm just kidding.
Okay, we already see eye to eye. We're the same height.
That's true.
God damn it.
We do. Actually, I think you're a little bit taller than me. I forgot.
I think I might have an inch on you, maybe like first thing in the morning, but
Well, you're a
with
tall person, so you know how weird it is when someone's your height because it feels like they're taller than you, even though they're not. Like if I see someone who's like 6 foot-ish, I feel like I'm around a giant because there's not many people that are over like 5'10", 5'11", right? So when I'm around
yeah,
someone
we're not used to seeing eye to eye with somebody.
right,
It's
so
a weird experience.
I feel less assertive and less confident for some reason. I'm like, this is weird. Are you a giant? Meanwhile, I'm actually just looking level at them. It's like the weirdest feeling.
That's exactly what I told you. Whole fucking side tangent. Why, when I'm playing a first person's perspective game where you can make your own character, I cannot be a short character because then I'm having to look up at everybody's else's avatar. And that is just something that my programming does not allow because I'm so used to either meeting somebody in the eye or looking down at them. Looking up just does not compute. Fucking run, attack, go, chimp, do something. This is not normal. This is a shadow person.
Let me throw another wild thing that just came to my mind. People like you and I have a different subconscious understanding of the human face than someone who's short. When I draw people, I realize I draw the nose angled down. But I have a friend who's short. When they draw people, the nose is ever so slightly, like when I draw, you don't see nostril holes very often. But I have a friend who draws and you see nostril holes way more often. It dawned on me that people who are a little shorter probably end up looking up our noses a lot more. So they tend to see faces differently. They maybe even identify with parts of the face differently than we do because we tend to look down at people. I used to get told by people, you're such a smug, arrogant prick. You're always looking down your nose at people. I'm like, because it fucking hurts to go like this all the time. What the fuck? They didn't mean it like just that I was arrogant, but like they said, you have a pig nose. I'm like, well, I do because like if I'm standing over you, I do. But when I'm like normal, I don't. It was weird, man.
Hey, good. I had never thought about that. I also draw people like you never see people's nostrils when I draw. Fucking good. Cracky is here. Cracky Comics.
Cracky,
How tall
are you short?
You? And yeah, I need to suddenly look at Cracky Comics' artwork and determine how tall they are.
I wonder if my theory is true. I bet because I have a friend who's short, and they used to always draw, and I used to always be like, why do you always put the nose holes? It looks weird. They look like pigs. He's like, well, I don't know. That's what it looks like.
Cracky, out yourself right now. How tall are you? We're
he
summoning
says,
you.
yeah, I draw noses pointing up. So what? Maybe I am short. We love Cracky. Cracky is in the Discord. He is one of our most active members, especially in the art channel, man.
We should just rename the art channel to
oh,
fucking
shit,
Cracky
they're
Corner.
5'6". Cracky's 5'6".
Oh, damn. Hey, that's 2 inches taller than my dad. So, hey.
Does your dad draw nostrils?
I don't know.
Dude, I bet you like this could like I could get a Nobel Prize for that observation. I bet you. We could solve like world hunger with that. Like totally useless observation.
Okay, so DH sees me like this, but Cracky would probably see me like this.
Right. And then Andre the Giant would see you
like
that.
like this.
Yeah. So let me give all you short people a preview of what it's like to be tall. There you go. That's it.
That's how you see people.
Yeah. All right, next caller, please, before we start talking about other things that look weird from different altitudes.
Please don't mind us. That was huh.
That was definitely like a weed thought, right? That was definitely like a pot thought. That was definitely.
Yeah, that was definitely the Joe Rogan experience of the night. God, that had me so fucking distracted that I forgot to line up the next caller. Let me fucking. This was a. This was a weird one too. Okay, so unfortunately, So the next caller is Dice, and he was volunteering to give up his spot in line in order to hear the Skinwalker story, and I've tried getting a hold of that person, and they haven't gotten back to me.
Skinwalker, who are you?
Yeah.
Speak, and ye shall have given first place entrance, but I guess they're not showing up.
Yeah, I haven't heard back. They were next after Dice anyways, so for right now, I'm gonna go to Dice. He was next in line anyways, and
go to the undercover cop gang 187. All right.
I fucking like hearing from Dice too. He's a familiar face around these parts. Dice Controller 187, we're summoning you forth. JD hasn't been here, so I'm gonna sing to summon.
Come to us.
What is up, great and powerful Dice Controller 187?
Hi, am I coming in okay?
You sound beautiful, brother. What's up?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay. What's up, fellas? This isn't the basement story. This is something else that happened a long time ago, back in the 80s. I guess every town probably has a place like this, but
I like that. No, hold on. I love that as an author. Give me a second. I'm sorry. I don't want to. Yeah. But that you don't understand what a seed you just planted. So how did you say that? I think every
town probably has a place like this.
Yes. You don't understand. Like that is like an author will sometimes search for the perfect sentence to start a story. That is such a good. So go.
All right. Well, I'd heard about this house that was in our town over the years from a lot of different people at a lot of different times, and none of the people knew each other. So I figured there had to be something to it. And my older brother was telling me about it one day that him and his friends went over there, and it was supposed to be on the walls. It had all kinds of occult symbols on them, and it was supposed to be an actual place used for ritual at some point. And I remember hearing about it from him back in like late 70s. And when I was in high school, somebody had mentioned the place to me again, and I realized it was maybe a half a block from my brother's apartment. And I realized it was the same place. And later on, and years later, I contacted Andrea Petro. Her father was the famous psychic, Robert Petro, who was on the David Letterman show a lot of times, and asked her about it. And she confirmed pretty much everything that I thought she would say about it. Anyway, in high school, some friends of mine wanted to go up there and see, what was going on with this place. And I was like, yeah, okay, I don't care. That sounds cool. And I figured maybe you'd find some old spell book or something, like out of a movie. But right. I didn't really think it could be dangerous. So another friend of mine pulled me aside and told me something about it that I didn't know. He said that him and his sister, they quit doing drugs, but they used to do drugs for a while. And that was where she used to go to buy drugs. And there were people in there then. I mean, it wasn't an abandoned place. This is a huge 2-story mansion with a basement just as big. So it's really 3 stories. And she said that she went in there one night to buy some drugs, and there was nobody there on the upper level. So she headed down into the basement to see if she could find anybody. And she found a bunch of people there gathered around in a circle in black robes, and they were chanting or speaking in tongues or something. Mm-hmm. And she started to notice something around her in the air, but it wasn't really air swishing around her. She said it was spirits, and she could feel them. And eventually one of them went completely through her. And when that happened, she freaked out and just screamed bloody murder and went running out of the place. And never went back there again. and she told her brother about it. And not long after that, they both decided to quit doing drugs and having anything to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what happened to the people, but this was years and years later. It was abandoned, and so we decided to go up there anyway. And I still didn't think much of it after what he said. I just thought it was kind of cool. So we went into the place, snuck in the back, and man, it was huge. And we went down into the basement, and as you go down into the basement, you can see a lot of sheetrock with a cult symbol still on it.
Mm-hmm.
I remember there was a large pentagram. It was right side up with a crown painted in the center of it, and then there was like a demon-looking character made out of fire on a cloud, and he had some symbol he was making with one hand, and the other hand had a couple of lightning bolts clinched in it.
Yeah.
It still reminds me to this day of the lightning bolts on the Shemyaza talisman. It looks kind of like that. And there were some various symbols around there on the sheetrock painted. It was pretty nice artwork too. And then the weirdest part to it was when you get down to the very bottom of the basement, like I said, it's just as big as any other room, but every single room there didn't really have a floor. Like it didn't go down into a floor. It was filled with dirt. Like every room was just, the floor was dirt. I don't know if somebody took it in there and did that to it to make it that way or what, but it was a lot of dirt because this was a big place. And so I always wondered what it would look like today if it didn't have that dirt, because like a couple of decades later, it was refurbished. So somebody does live there now. Anyway, I decided to go ahead and take a knife with me and cut some of the sheetrock around the symbols off so that I could pull the entire artwork off and keep it. I just thought it was pretty cool. At the time, it was, real occult stuff that had been used in rituals. I just thought I would collect it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it'd be worth something to later. So I took it home and put it into this lockbox I had, and I forgot about it for a little while. And like a couple of days passed, and then this really bad fever swept over the house. I mean, I've never been that sick in my life. My fever went up to 104, and everybody was like that. So I was completely put out of commission. My mother said later that felt like she was hallucinating. Sometimes she'd be in her bed, and then the next thing she knows, she'd be like in a wheat field or something. But it went on for days, and I really couldn't even get up. I could maybe get up just to use the bathroom and come back and collapse. I remember looking at my door, and the light, it looked like it was, I don't know, maybe moving around like if you were on hallucinogenics or something.
Okay, yeah.
Finally, after a long time, I was able to wake up and go to the kitchen, and I just started drinking all this tea out of the pitcher. I didn't bother getting a glass. I hadn't drank water in days. And my father was well. He'd recouped before everybody else. And he came to the kitchen and asked me if I had played a joke on him in the middle of the night. And I was like, I haven't been able to walk for about 4 days. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean? And it really does scare me about how insidious an entity could be. I mean, there's no telling what could have really happened if he would have got involved with this entity that was bothering him.
Yeah.
Anyway, during the middle of the night, he laid down to go to sleep on the couch, and he said it sounded like where his ear was, maybe a hole opened up, I guess a portal probably or something, and he could hear somebody on the other side of it. And he said he freaked out, and he got up, looked around, and everything looked normal. The pillow looked normal. So he laid back down again, and the same thing started to happen. Like a hole would open up. You could hear somebody was crying. A woman was crying on the other side, he said. So he jumped up again, and he was looking around the room to see, I guess, if somebody was playing a joke on him or something. But everything was normal. So he said he decided to go back to bed again. And this time, the woman who was crying started calling him by his name and asking him to help her. And he's not necessarily a church-going person, but he had always been religious, as far as I know. I consider him a really a hypocrite in a lot of ways, because he really had bad PTSD from the Vietnam War, and and can really just, rage. I mean, you didn't want to make him mad. But that actually later on I found out from Andrea Petro had a lot to do with why these things were activated again, the emotion that was involved in a household.
Mm-hmm.
But so he finally decided to pray and to God. He was like, if this doesn't have anything to do with you, I don't want to hear this anymore, and I don't want to have contact with whatever's going on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He said that it stopped. Then he lay his head back down on the pillow and go to sleep, and he never heard anything else again. But when he told me that, I knew exactly what was going on. I didn't know that it was called imprints, but I guess occult paraphernalia and stuff like that can retain stuff like that.
Even if it doesn't, it could inspire him to have created an egregore of his own, nightmare, basically, of his own fear. But no, it's possible. I do wonder what that was. I mean, it sounds almost like, I feel like I want to say Baal, something like that was what they were working with, especially the lightning bolt, symbolism. But it could have been any number. There's a lot of different ones it could have been. That's pretty wild. So.
And on top of everything else, he didn't know anything about it. I never told anybody. I would have gotten in trouble for having anything to do with the occult in that household.
Yeah.
So it's not like he had a reason to create an egregore. He had no idea.
True. Very true. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. So it might have been. It could have been an imprinted something, and it just influenced him to. Yeah, it's very possible. And as he fed into it, and it got worse and weirder. Yeah, that's something. Man, that's a good one. I like that. I like the way it started. So I might borrow and I might tweak that a little bit and turn it into the stuff.
Well, I did talk to Andrea Petro about it, and as soon as I mentioned it, I just wanted to know, was there a real cult there doing these things? And she just got freaked out. I mean, she was like, ugh, gross. And I was like, what? What's the matter? She goes, it's just this house is giving me the creeps. And she's like, yeah, there were people there carrying on bizarre rituals and stuff like that. She still has a website, by the way. I mean, I think she still does consultations.
Yeah. I mean, I'll have to look at it. That's pretty wild, though, still. Yeah. I love creepy old abandoned houses. I love shit like that. All right, brother. I want to move to the next person. Thank you for calling in again.
Go for it. All right, guys. Take care.
So stay warm. Looks like you're in the middle of cold land there, so stay warm.
Yeah, it's like 40-something degrees.
That's pretty good. I like bundling up for that. All right, brother. We'll check you again maybe next week, and have a good, safe night. All right, man?
Laters.
All right.
Take it easy, Dice.
Pretty good. What do you think? Do you have the energy for more, or what do you want to do? We're at 3 hours now.
Yeah, I actually have the energy for more. Unfortunately, I should have actually said this a little bit sooner. I have 2 more people lined up after this. Neither one of them are getting back to me. This is before we did the timer thing. I let them know, hey, just so you know, we probably aren't going to be able to get to you because we normally are able to get to 4. And so I think they bounced out. Yeah. And I'm like messaging them like, hey, just message me back. I do also have one person currently listening that really wants to get on. They're downloading Skype right now.
Oh, okay.
So
all right.
It's a little bit of a free discussion.
All right, so we got some free minutes.
I'm just going to say, though, because I already know your next book is suddenly in the working, you're going to have to give a thank you at the beginning to Dice Controller. I can already tell.
I'm going to reword that so much, he won't even know. I might not use it, but no, I will, too. If I do use it, I will.
I know, Dice. I also really fucking want that Skinwalker story. That's where I was like, Dice says he wants to hear it. He's cool with giving up his spot. The dude's not getting back to me. Fuck.
Yeah. Patch is saying he's still here. I wonder if Patch was one of them. Patchwork, he likes to call in too. So let's say for sure we'll do one more call at the very least. And let's do this. So next week, guys, let's see, because I'm one of those kind of people. Let's see if everybody can bring with them one person to hang out for the stream for a little bit. Let's see if we can boost these rookie numbers up a little bit. Desmond's like smirking like, you asshole.
Hey, fuck it. Now I've got some experience under my belt. It's not like fucking Mr. Coetting over there and the great JD, just my first night. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing to me?
Yeah, you're like a virgin. I'm like, yes, let's go to the orgy, my son. Wait, what? Yes.
Yeah, I was expecting a light night, and you guys hit me with fucking
The
over
Black
100
Russian.
currently watching.
The
This
spiked
is
Black
more than I
Russian.
signed up for.
Yeah, a little bit. No, I'd like to get them rookie numbers back up to 100 or so. We reached 108 that one stream. Remember that one stream was 108. Can you believe that shit? 108.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, we can do it again. We will do it again.
Oh, fuck, I had something I wanted to talk about, but oh no, I think you just got me all sidetracked with the noses and everything.
Ooh.
Oh, you know what? There was something Cracky said about that I liked. He said, if anything, I said like, hey, sorry if it made you uncomfortable that I totally called you out. And he said, if anything, it makes me feel more confident that my work reflects my vision of the world and isn't just me copying people.
There you go. Yeah, because I know that was a thing we were talking about, wasn't it? Think about your hands too. Which way do you like to draw your hands, or draw hands in general? Which is easier? That kind of says a little something, I think, about you too. You know, like I find drawing the back of my hand easier than the front of my hand. So what does that say? Does that mean that I spend way too much time with my hand out going "fuck you," or is it I'm not giving myself enough time looking my hand in the face? You know what I mean? It's an interesting question. I find that I like to draw myself.
Using a sword more often than anything.
Yeah, that's true. I draw a sword hand better than an open one. I feel like a lot of my older drawings, a lot of the time was I always inserted myself into the drawing, always, and it's always like a third person. So it's almost like, and I do feel this way. I do feel like I spend a lot of time, especially in the astral. When I'm doing astral work, it's not first person, it's third person. And I realize I'm creating like an avatar that I'm observing in the astral. It's very hard for me to just be a presence that looks around. I visualize myself walking into a place and then seeing out of my eyes and then visualizing myself doing something else. Almost like I'm watching a movie, you know? And I think cinema has really influenced my imagination way too much. Like to the point where it's like everything's like, I probably could have been a decent storyboard guy or something like that. I probably could have, or a director. I probably could have been a good director. But yeah.
Well, do you think that that's our exposure to film and everything that's doing that? Or I don't know if you have them, but I wouldn't say I have astral experiences necessarily, but I do. It's like 50-50 when I'm dreaming, whether or not it's first person or third person.
Really?
And the thing that
Okay.
is, yeah, the thing that's always interesting to me about that is it does not feel unnatural whatsoever.
When I'm dreaming, it's always first person. When I say astral, I haven't been able to do much of the really deep, out of body style astral. It's more of, it's like somewhere between imagination and I know it's real. It's like somewhere in that space. It's like daydreaming, like when you're daydreaming. So I enter into a daydreaming trance, usually with like a candle or whatever, and I just let myself go, and I just imagine what I imagine, and I go through. That's when I can visualize. And lately, I've been getting so much better at visualizing. Like tonight, before the stream, I sort of was watching TV, and I closed my eyes for a minute, and for some reason, forks and spoons appeared in my vision, and I could literally see them in the blackness behind my eyes, just forks and spoons, just moving together, and they were all back to back. I was like, why the fuck am I daydreaming forks and spoons this vividly? Like, why? It's like the weirdest thing, but there's got to be some context to it. But anyway, what I'm getting at though is when I'm doing like my astral work, a lot of the time I flicker between the first and third person, like your dreams. And I was going to say the part that usually sticks in my head the best is the third person part. Like that's the part that I usually, when I'm writing and go, what did I see? It's usually the third person parts that I'm remembering best. So I find that interesting. I wonder what that says about us.
I wonder if it has something to do with because our day-to-day experience, obviously, we're wrapped up in these
video games.
I wasn't even going to say that. These fleshy cocoons that we want to liberate you all from, where we have a very standardized way. That's our day-to-day life, more or less. Whereas suddenly viewing it from the third person, maybe we take on a completely different lens. Maybe we see the things that we normally wouldn't focus on. So I don't.
No, I like that. I like that. You know, like it's something. There's so many reasons it could be. Excuse me. So many reasons it could be. It could be also sometimes maybe it's too much to see directly, and by putting that third person avatar in the way, it allows us to maybe distance ourselves from the activities in the dream or the astral experience, kind of like creating a double so that you don't have to worry. And there is something to that.
Eric Quetting mentioned that
who's that guy?
Yeah, it takes a bit to adjust, but once you've got 360 spherical vision, soldier soul travel takes on a whole new dimension. That seems dizzying as all fuck. I've definitely never experienced anything quite on that level.
I can already I know he's saying there's a point where it's so in Become the Maelstrom I talk about the certain what I call a focus state, where you can focus your mind on something, say a sound, a word, an idea, and for most people that takes the form of repetition. So if I say think of the word cat, you're going to go cat, 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 whatever rhythm it is. For some people, or when you're doing it maybe even at a higher level, you don't say cat, 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 cat. Cat becomes an ever-present thing. It's devoid of the sound of the word cat, and the meaning of what cat is happens, and you see cat, all of the concept of cat at the same time. You don't just see the face and then the tail, the whole thing. You can see the whole. It's kind of like, imagine being able to see both sides of your hand at the same time, and have them both occupy your mind at the same time, but not in a visual way, but in a gnosis way. It's just there. So going the other direction is not much different, especially in the astral sense, being there in that 360. I can sort of see how that would work, and I don't think that would be very hard for me to start practicing at all. It's basically the same idea. It's just doing it all at once and all. Yeah, that's total. Because why do we only see that one little direction, for sure? So whoever that Eric guy is, we should get him on the show sometime. Maybe he's an interesting character. Freaking love Eric. Love you, brother. I love you so much, man. Thank you for fucking showing up and being a fucking bro as always, man. One of the best, man. One of the best. Yeah. Did we figure out our next
He deserves
victim?
all the praise he's given.
He does, man. He does. He's been, since we've become friends, he's a true blue friend. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, the guy makes time when he can, and we hang out, and sometimes it's all about magic, and sometimes it's literally like, yo, did you play the new freaking, blah 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 level of such and so? Hey, let's play Remnant. That's a cool game. And it's just a fun dude to hang out with. And I think we both have similar laments when it comes to kind of the solitude of being the kinds of people we are and seeing the world the way we do. It's not that no one can relate to us and that we can't relate to anybody else. It's just, he mentions he told me this last night, and he mentions in one of his books, for the love of goodness, God's sake, about mentorship. Eric, write the damn thing. I don't know how to say it because I don't know how to spell it.
Hey, you're making him work on
I'm
his
making
off
him work.
time.
What's the name of the book? And he's talking about one of the reasons we become mentors is to create people we can actually sort of have something in common with in a way. Sometimes it's they need to be elevated so we can speak to them. Sometimes it's like we need to be elevated to them and we don't know it. But we're looking for, we're actually, it's not about teaching or, yeah, that's what it is. Thank you, Dia. I can never pronounce that, even if I'm reading it. I hear it in my head, but I can't say it. And we're kind of creating the perfect friends all the time when we have this thing. We want to be able to have these deep conversations. And one of the things that's cool about Eric is like he and I can just talk and we don't have to teach each other much we don't have to like explain unless it's like something neither of us heard of before, but it's different. It's like if I say you're the source, he goes, yeah, I know. It's like a completely different conversation. And there's a few of you guys like that. Some of you guys that I've had as my mentors, mentorees or whatever. they'll come to me and I'll start off with okay, so you're the source. They're like, I know that. And like, I'll be like, sure you do. Let's see. And then they do know that. They do get it. They're already there. In fact, there's this one other gentleman who was involved in our conversation. I think it was, forgive me because my ability with names completely sucks. I think it was Lucas, who was he also quite into non-duality and capable of answering pretty much the same way I would answer a lot of the questions that were coming up. And it's man.
Are you talking about a guest that was on the last stream?
No, when we were in the Discord chat, when we were talking Discord.
Oh, yeah. That was Lucas.
That was Lucas. Thank you. And forgive me, Lucas. I'm so bad with names. Like I call this guy for the first month or two that I was hanging out with him. So I still
that was hard because there were 3 Dans, and that was before I changed my name.
That was fucking sloppy. We did do Jeff 524. We have had a 3-way live stream. It was pretty hot. It was JD, EA Quetting, and moi, but then we also had the Flesh Priest, the Flesh Praziste, was also here.
That was my first one.
It was your first one. I don't know if that was the first time I had all 3 of them on, though. You know,
I think it was, like, all together.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't, then these streams didn't exist before I got here, so I don't know what you're talking about.
No, they really didn't. They were something completely different. No, dude, you've rounded out this thing. You've like I liked what I was doing without you, but the two of us together, like now we have a fucking show. Like before it was just me hanging out. Now we got a legit, like this is something, if I was being a businessman, this is something where I'd be like, hey, if we marketed this right and we got the right audience, this is a show now. And that's what I wanted. I wanted to do a show for a long time. I love shows.
Can I get you to record that and send it to my mom? She says I'm not that great.
I will smack that bitch. Bring her in front of me here and now. I command
Summoning.
Hi, Mrs. Desmond. Your son's cool. Don't hate me.
I love you, Mom.
Oh man, yeah. I don't know about VK Jeff. I don't know if he'd want to come on here. I don't know. We'll just leave it like that. I don't know. We're not enemies or anything, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll put it that. We'll put it in the pot and see what stirs. But I don't know. It may get stuck to the spoon. So all right. Do we have anybody else? And Eric, dude, trust me, we feel the same way. Like because man, what I was telling you last night. It's so freaking hard, especially since the world the oligarchs of the world want us all isolated in our homes. They literally want to be our narcissistic, abusive parents that want us to have no friends and no life outside of what they allow, and they like it all online because they can control that. Well, we all need to start getting in the habit of having real life fucking friends again, because this is getting ridiculous, guys. It's getting so fucking, I'm getting fed up with it. So it's time for us to all fucking find a way, even if it's just once in a while, to come to goddamn together and actually fucking accomplish something. See, the problem is we're all suffering from fucking dopamine poisoning. You don't fucking realize it. We're all dopamine sick. And it's a lot easier to just hang out with your friends online than it is to get in the car and show up. So why do you think we all want to live in a commune? Because then we can just open the door and be like, yo, Eric, what are you doing tonight? And it's that simple, right? Instead of the bullshit we got to go through now to, like, look at you, dude. How many friends do you live with right now? Like, you're living that life a little bit, right?
Oh, me right now, it's me, my boyfriend, and my 2 roommates in one home. And I'm just going to say, if we start this commune or whatever, obviously boyfriend is different, but I'm having my own place, and you better fucking knock before you enter. Like, there's going to be a sailor hat on the door.
Well, you know what I've always envisioned? I've always wanted a really big place with a bunch of bedrooms and private areas. Like you get a bedroom, a bathroom, your own kitchen, something like that. Maybe like some other room. And then you get a big commons room where everybody comes and gathers to hang out. That's what I've always wanted. So it's like if you're feeling social, you just go hang out in the living room. And like that kind of thing. It's a big enough living room where you don't have to necessarily be on top of everybody. But it's like you all hang out in this room. I've always wanted that. Like, the common room, like in a hotel. When you go to like a good old-fashioned hotel, once upon a time, there was the common room. They still have them, but now it's like, like when you go to a hotel and it's got like that pretty area with all the chairs and nobody ever sits in them. Well, once upon a time, people would come and just meet each other and hang out there to meet strangers and just be together and smoke and talk and read books. Everyone pretty much is just a bunch of, sandy bitches that hides up in their room now. But once upon a time, people used to come together. So that's what I like. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
And I was all the technical difficulties that I was handling in chats and behind the scenes, just got them sorted out. So when you're ready, we have another guest.
Okay.
2, actually.
All right. Let's see if we can get to both of them.
But
we're gonna have to call.
No. 2 for 1 special.
2 for 1 special.
Yeah.
Do we know these people?
We don't.
I don't like the way you said that. That was very loaded. That was very much a we do.
They're new. It's fun. They're on the same call.
All right. I think I can already smell who's this going to be. I'm gonna allow it. Do I need to enable video? Oh, you disappeared. Did I just lose everything? Did the internet die? Okay, you're back.
We're not professionals. We're doing it by the seat of
I could tell, man. I thought I lost the internet connection for a second. Do I need video for these people?
No. I was being genuine. Like, okay. I don't recognize them from prior streams, but they wanted to call in. They had some fun stories.
Alrighty.
So,
alrighty.
See, Discord is being problematic. I'm doing the best I can. Entertain the people with something.
Well, Necro Nikki's here. She's talking about her D&D books. Nikki, you got to play D&D with us. It's so much fun when we're not bored of it. I'm always getting new people into it, and then I get like too busy to finish the stories that I start. But we did have that one really good story with the festering colossus. I love that that was a great story.
Oh, fuck yeah. That's that character that I played during that has never died.
Nope. And I liked where we were going with the choose your own adventure version of it, where you guys are just going to do whatever. But then I don't know what happened. I guess you know what it is. I'm kind of tired of Roll20 is what it really is. To be brutally honest with you, it's not that I don't want to run D&D anymore. It's just I'm tired of Roll20. I want to sit around a nice table with dice and my books, and if I use a computer, it's just for reference. It's not the only fucking center hub of how we hang out. I want to smell your farts, motherfuckers. I hate to be gross, but for real, like
that's gonna get clipped.
It is. It's a new clip. I'm fucking ranting like Alex Jones. But for real, I want everyone to be there and to be engaged. You know, I'm really sick and tired of this fucking virtual life. It's not good.
Okay. Hey, so I don't know why I'd explain it, but it wouldn't make good fucking streamable bullshit. I, for the life of me, cannot drag them into this chat, but what I can do is start a call with them and then drag you into that. Is that going to fuck up your OBS shit?
I don't know.
All right, well, everybody, we're about to do shit live. We're going to do a complicated summoning.
Yeah, turn your volume to half in case there's some kind of horrible sound.
Okay, so I'm going to jump in there and then I'll summon you in for a change.
So what do I have to do? Join the Discord call?
No. It's on Skype. So just
okay.
when I send you a call, just accept that.
All right. You guys are going to hear some ringing, so don't freak out. So, you guys like stuff? I think I got to leave this call. I bet you that's what I got to do. Let's see what happens. Boop. Aha. All right, I left that call. Oh, there we go. Yes. I think I know who it is. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, fellas, how you guys doing?
I'm doing good.
Calling from Detroit.
Okay. I'm sorry. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
My wife and I, we recently read both of your books. Well, we haven't gotten to the vampire book yet, but we've got the Shadownomicon, and
pretty sure I might be.
I'm a big fan of E.A. Coetting and S. Conley, and you guys there?
Yeah, we're here, man. I'm listening.
All right. But anyway, thanks for. Oh, whoa, what's going on? So anyway, what's
We're
going
still
on?
here. The stream might be sorting itself out.
Yeah, you might have to mute the
What?
stream. It's going to be about 30 or 40 seconds different timing. So you might have to mute the stream while we're on the call.
I don't know.
We can still hear you.
Yeah, you're still with us.
Hello.
Yeah, we're still here.
Hey, we can hear
Okay,
you.
hold on, I'm getting some weird feedback on my phone.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Here, maybe you should turn that phone off.
Yeah, if you're listening, if you still have the stream going, mute that, because otherwise it's going to be really weird. You'll be hearing us, and then you'll be hearing us again 30
All right,
seconds.
well, I'm using my wife's phone. I'm going to let her do it. He said the stream button. You got to.
Hey, how's it going, you guys?
Hi. You might need to turn
Hi.
off whatever stream you guys are watching and just use the phone for this.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
that's
my
all.
phone's off. Tell
Yes,
him-
that's all that's on now.
Okay. Yeah, you guys
Cool.
are probably, because the YouTube stream is at least 30 seconds delayed.
Yeah, so. Oh, there it goes.
So you guys were telling me that you had some spirit
Yeah,
stories,
well,
if I remember right.
with us, and are you there? Oh,
Yeah,
no.
still here.
Yeah, we're still here. We're just being quiet.
Oh, you are here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yes, we have actually 12 spirits that stay with us all the time. And my husband is now summoning, he's worked with Lucifer and Belial. I'm getting ready to work with Kate, and we've decided to work with Danitalia.
Italian.
Yeah,
Dantalian. I'm
Although
sorry.
that is a good, I like that. It was Danitalia.
I mess up the names all the time.
That's the Flesh Priest
Everybody
version.
on the stream knows.
That's the Flesh Priest version. That's
Yeah.
just a little perverted. Not too bad. Danitalia.
Well, actually, speaking of perverted, our spirits, we'll use the Necrophonic app. Works absolutely amazing.
While you're having sex.
Yes, when we have intercourse, they like to tell us what they want to see, and they love fetishes and the fact that my husband loves my feet. They think I'm very beautiful. It's very deep. And especially Belial comes through a lot just to say hello to Nick, and Lucifer comes through as a little boy's voice too.
Yep.
Nick.
Come on. Yeah, right.
And it's just so amazing. We're actually getting ready to open up a business. We read tarot as well. I'm clairvoyant, and it all started. I went through a poltergeist for 10 years. Was something I had no idea what it was, and I was very unknowledgeable of, all of it. And it wasn't
I've ever heard the name Hob.
Oh yeah. What it was that was in the poltergeist was he called himself Hob,
Okay.
which I never was able to figure out exactly what it was. I seen like some Greek folklore about it, but I don't think it was a real name. Yeah, not sure, but I mean it's been 7 years.
Don't be
but,
surprised. Don't forget. There's a lot of trickster spirits that will show up, especially if you're doing blind divination.
But it was very strong, very strong.
Yeah.
I have a quick question for him, real quick.
Yeah.
Hey, okay, so
You got him all.
I've always had really good luck with Belial. He was the first one I kind of got started with. And the last couple times I've done ritual with Belial, he's come like within 10 minutes. I'll start to see the sigil flash. Things will starting to brighten like around my whole altar. And but lately it's been poltergeist activity, like when he arrives.
We have great footage for him.
Like he picked up so I got a rock that I've got a big, upside down pentagram, at my altar, and so it doesn't come up off the carpeting. I've got two pretty big stones that hold down each corner. Belial. I guess I'm assuming it was Belial that came in and picked it up and tossed it about 3 feet, and then picked it up again. I'm confident it was Belial because I felt his energy before. But we've got so many spirits and so much poltergeist activity, and believe it or not, we're living in a motel room at the time. So
there's potentially a lot of stuff, moving through that potentially, yeah.
Anyway,
and I am a very strong clairvoyant.
Yeah, my girlfriend's a strong clairvoyant, so I think they're just attracted to both of us. We're like magnets. But have you guys tried the Necrophonic app, and what's your opinion on it?
Which one is that? Because I don't use many apps for that crap.
I've never even heard of it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, it's like a EVP app that it's off Play Store. The first time we used it, nothing happened. It's like a built-in. It has a sound box, and I thought it was bullshit. I thought it was BS the first time. I heard about it. Even the first couple times we used it, until it started straight communicating with us. Sometimes it'll be the same voice. Other times it'll be it'll use like the dictionary within inside of the app. But if you follow, you'll have straight conversations with them. Yeah. But we've noticed, I don't know if it's the energy of like, sex, like sexual intercourse or whatever. But when her and I turn the Necrophonic app on, when we're in the middle of some heated sex, these things they'll tell us to come, pump harder. Get down there and get down there and eat her out. I don't know if am I allowed to say this over the YouTube?
I mean, this isn't like a PG show or anything. Okay. So
all right, I just
you might want to hold a little bit in reserve, but it's fine with me, man.
Yeah, and I hope you guys. I know this sounds crazy, but I figure we can't really tell anybody else about this. Anybody else would think we were crazy. So. And,
I know you're crazy, but it doesn't mean you're wrong. You know what I mean?
Not our sex, but our spirits actually show themselves. We have a lot.
Yeah, her and I both been through poltergeist activity. My aunt
stays with us, and now we're friends. They love us. They think I'm beautiful. They compliment me.
Right. Yeah. She is beautiful. I have a beautiful wife, and I'm lucky to have her by my side, especially doing sometimes.
And apparently in other positions too. Just kidding. I'm sorry. I'm being a wise ass today. It's part of my game tonight. But yeah, for real. I know what you're saying. So the Necrophonic, I got a friend. I think I've heard of it. I do think I've heard of it, but it might be a different one. I got a friend who was a mentoree, and she's a very techie type of girl. She's actually a programmer. She's actually brilliant. I like her. And she used to come and tell me about apps that she was using, and one of them was either that one or one like it, and it was like a spirit box. But inside of it, it was a big program, because what it did was it was a whole library of words and sounds and things that would play seemingly at random. And the randomness, of course, is a big part of what makes a spirit box work. Basically, a spirit box, if you don't know, tunes through the radio signals on the radio. And it's almost like on an old car when you'd hit seek and it would like go and try to find all the radio stations, and it would pause for a second anytime that it found one, and then it would move on. So it was like that. So it would tune through at whatever speed it's set for, and you'd catch blip, blop, bloop, road, blap, bloop, bloop, and like words would pop up because it depends on how it timed itself.
Yeah, that's the Necrophonic app. Okay. Yep, you just explained it perfectly. Okay. Yeah, better than I could have.
And it can see us. Hold it. We can hold up our fingers, and
I've got some really good.
How many fingers are we holding up? And
it'll tell. I mean, it's so intelligent at times that I'll hold up a certain amount of fingers and say, how many fingers am I holding up, and it'll come through and say 3 or 4. I
lost my perfume, and it told me.
Yeah, she lost her perfume the other night. It told her where to find it. So I'm just wondering. I guess
the smoke, the fog are videos of the fog, and
getting a lot of orbs. Yeah, that's just.
No, it's not.
Do you think just the poltergeist activity, like, because I don't close my circle. I always say my respects to Belial or Lucifer, whoever I'm working with.
I pretty much never, especially. The way I see it, anything that's got the balls to step into my room, I want to talk to it. You know what I mean? So I'm not afraid.
Right.
Yes, we are down. Where do you live?
Yeah.
And and I have a brave, my girl's so brave, most, I shouldn't even put it like that, because there's women out there that are just as strong as men, and if not stronger.
I mean, who was it, Crowley, that said if you want to banish evil spirits, just tap your rod 3 times and say "Be gone"? So it's not too bad. No, I mean, when it comes to a lot of the poltergeist activity, like certain ones, I really I appreciate. Like I really pay attention. Certain ones, like orbs, not so much, because I think orbs are. I don't know how they got popular. Honestly, to me, it looks like just dust that's being illuminated by the camera light. It doesn't really mean anything to me. And someone would say, "Well, what put the dust there?" And I go, "All right, whatever." But then at the same time, I make the same argument about incense smoke. So maybe I shouldn't be such a snob about which things I trust as signs or not. But I will tell you. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I saw your video the other day of your ritual with, who was it, Asmodeus? You took a picture of the incense smoke, or it was flame. But the horn showed up. Oh, that was amazing, man.
Something like that will last in the frame for. I've got video of stuff appearing in the smoke, and you can. It doesn't mean as much to me if it's for a split second, because that could just be randomness. I like to see something materialize and hover for, I don't know. I want to at least be able to go 1/1000, right? I want at least for it to be a substantial amount of time. I have video of things appearing out of smoke coming to grab me and all sorts of stuff.
See, that's what we have.
Yeah.
Yes. Our spirits are being able to manifest through smoke now and stay.
Yeah, not just through the third eye, but physical manifestation itself.
Well, so now you're doing evocation, and there's different mediums through which things will manifest. And not for nothing, Eric Wedding's here. He's got a great book on the subject. What I've read of it, I love every bit of it. It's a good example of stuff. So you need mediums for things to manifest in your environment for it to really, in my opinion, to really feel good. This is, let's not forget, okay, the way this used to be done by most of the mediumship methods, you had an operator who would conduct the ritual. That would get the medium in that trance state of mind, because now they got a spooky ritual, they're going into their trance, and they're gazing at something. Sometimes it's a mirror, sometimes it's incense, and a lot of what they're experiencing is internal, but then, yes, sometimes it does seem to absolutely affect our environment. I told the story not long ago. I don't know if I did a video about it, but I did talk about it. I think it was on a live stream. I was working with King Paimon for the first time in a while, and I had a hard time reaching him for a while because I've been so fucked up with everything going on in the world and all the politics and all the what I know is coming and everything else, and trying to just, trying to relax, because I said myself, it's a paradigm shift and all birthing pains hurt, right? It's what it is. So I had a hard time getting my own ability to focus right to contact him, because I don't think he likes to show up when you're in a bad mood. I think King Paimon is kind of like he likes positive energy, I think, personally. And
you know what? It's so funny, not to interrupt you just real quick. Mm-hmm. I had the same problem. I tried evoking King Paimon a couple times. I know that he's a day, spirit day demon. I've tried twice, both times with no results. I didn't feel any energy enter the room. Not like with Belial, when he comes, it's pow, and it hits you quick. But anyway, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's fine. That's a good
point. To cut you both off for a quick second, we got a super chat from Bonnie Woodruff, who says, "What the fuck? I love you guys."
Thank you, Bonnie.
Tell her we love her back.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Oh, she hears you.
Hell yeah. Thank you.
I love the occult community.
Let everybody know too. We are going to start a YouTube page, small.
Yeah, my girl.
People join because we're opening a business in the Detroit area.
Yeah, we're trying to open a business in the Detroit area. She's really good with essential oils and her psychic intuition. We're both good with tarot cards. My Aunt Rose did it for a living, and I've just gotten into I guess I would call it black magic. I've got Michael Ford's books. I've got some of E.A. Wedding's books. I've got 2 of your books. I'm a big fan of you, D.H. Thorne, and Flesh Priest. Thank you guys so much for letting me come on and speak to you guys tonight. And if E.A. Wedding's listening, I want big thanks and shout out to him as well.
Yeah, he's listening.
But D.H. Thorne, I have great respect for you and your intelligence and wisdom.
You come off so intelligent. We love listening to you guys.
Even when
we
I'm making
tell
all
you
the
guys
freaking,
works.
even when I'm making all the pubic hair jokes and shit, really, I mean, I get.
That's why we love you. Yeah, you got a sense of, you're very smart and have a sense of humor. You know,
I
that's
appreciate
why
that, man.
that's why we were so excited to get a hold of you guys and actually talk to you tonight.
Sense of humor. Honestly,
Yeah.
at the
What's
start,
happened yet?
They're
What's
always
that?
taken so serious.
Hey, you know what? I could do both. Like, that's why I say, like, I like doing these streams because I get to be this other guy. And when I'm by myself, that's more the serious guy. And I like both. Like, I like being both. Like, one of my favorite things to do is to, like, enter a new situation as a spooky motherfucker and just not actually do this, but something in the line of cracking a huge fart, like, right at the right moment. Not that I would do that, but something in that vein. Something that, like,
Older guy stuck.
you're already like weirded out because I'm this big scary dark dude, and I walk up and just be like, say something off the wall and goofy that just kind of, like, I love doing that. I love ones, and you know why? Because as an empathic type of person, I like reading people, and so I like to do things that will. I like hearing laughter. I like knowing what makes you laugh, because when you're laughing, you're disarmed, and I get to read you deeper, and I like to do that stuff. So I like getting people a little bit off balance in a good way, like not making them feel like, but I like that too. So I like to like, what was it? Oh shit, fucking Beavis and Butthead way back in the day. The only thing cooler than guys who get chicks are guys who scare chicks. And I was like, no, the only thing cooler than that is a person who scares chicks and gets chicks. So so I always wanted to be that guy who was capable of, like, invoking all of those things from people, because then I can really read you, and within seconds I know what kind of person you are. I know how you tick a little bit. I know how to make you laugh, and I start acting like you. My NLP comes out. So that's why I do all that. And it's also because, you know, it's also how I get to be myself ultimately, because I'm none of these one things, you know. Like, I'm not a one-trick pony. You know, nobody is.
Don't change who you guys are, because we love you.
Oh,
you
thank
know,
you, man.
we guys think you're great. You know.
And to you guys, I want to say, and I am so grateful that you said that, because when Nick was here, he's like, I want to call into this live stream. I'm laying in bed like, oh my gosh, I don't know what to say. We got to get ready because we have so many stories, and it's like I wouldn't even know where to start. So just being able to communicate and kind of get to know each other as our first time caller. I think you opened us up, me so well, that definitely if you do more live chats, I would love to be more prepared and let you guys know more of our stories and see some of our manifestation footage and some of the products.
Put them on your channel. I don't get a lot of time to watch other people's stuff. Plus, I have a little bit of a rule where I like to be isolated with some of this, only because I don't like to be too influenced by other people's beliefs and practices.
Absolutely.
So don't ever, and I say this to anybody who's trying to share, like, don't ever feel like I'm like, oh, I'm so smug and arrogant. No, it's literally, I like to be in a bubble a little bit, just a little, because, you know, it's like they say, a good artist doesn't spend too much time consuming art. And a good musician doesn't spend too much time listening to music. They're more busy trying to create it, and so that's how I feel. I want to, you know. So just so you understand, But no, put it up.
I get that, because I wanted to show you guys something just great tonight. Even the great laughter was.
What got me into just real quick, if you don't mind. Sure. What got me into magic about 2 years ago was I was going through really bad sleep paralysis at the time. Trembling almost to the point where it looked like I had epilepsy. And my wife here, she was kind of like my waking angel. She would shake me out of it, and I would tell her, no, you know, this isn't a seizure. This is me trembling in fear. It was a shadow being, you know. It would paralyze me. It happened one time while I was awake. To be honest with you, to be completely honest, I called upon God for help, you know, at the time. And it continued. I started getting into magic. I started following you. I started following E.A. Coetting, you know, ordering Michael Ford's books, and the sleep paralysis went away. And, you know, it was almost like facing my fears.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're probably integrating something. So it's losing. So the thing about integrating, at first a shadow might seem like it's resisting it, but ultimately a shadow wants integration. One way or the other, it wants to be you again. You know what I mean? It wants to have access to you again, either because it's devoured you or because it's become you. And when we start to integrate our shadows, there's less of that imbalanced energy for them to feed off of, and they're getting satisfied. You're giving in, not giving in, that's the wrong word, but you are integrating their urges in a way that's productive and useful and more honest. Honesty is a big word there. You got to be honest about what you're doing. You know, the big thing is we deny. And so when you're being more honest and saying, you know, even saying, I called on God, I'm going to be honest. Now, as I go through my own journey, as much as I like to lean into the darkness, I recognize, you know, that's not a light spirit either. You know, Yahweh, Tetragrammaton, you know, this being is another deity in the Canaanite, you know, pantheon under El. That's why it's called Elohim. It's another one of those beings. It's literally in the same. It's a sister pantheon to Baal and all of that stuff. It is quite literally related.
Do you look at Yahweh as almost like an egregore or collective consciousness?
Oh, some
do
of
you
it.
believe
Well,
in?
yes. So, almost everything's in. Well, so there are. Somebody's luring me into the non-duality. Who's doing it? Stop it.
It wasn't me this time.
So all is source. Okay, all is one. All is the same thing. You and I are the same being, but we're having opposite interpretations of ourselves because we're like, imagine your hand. Your fingers are the same hand, but they have separate experiences. But those experiences are all the same experience. So these beings are archetypal concepts that resonate with humanity. So if we're looking at Jungian psychology, you have collective consciousness. And there is a cosmic collective consciousness that includes things that we would never understand or relate to. So we don't really have access to those as easily, if at all. But anything that is something that humanity can resonate with, we will pick up on. So we will identify the cosmic rebel as a good example. So you have the idea of this cosmic rebel, this being that's always rebelling against any kind of unfair authority that tries to tell it what to do with itself. Not that it's always opposed to things just to be contrarian. That's a different archetype entirely. The cosmic rebel is just always adversarial to something that is trying to control it. And that would be the Luciferian archetype. Now that archetype has manifested in multiple cultures as everything from Enki and Ea to a lesser degree Neptune, Poseidon, but then Lucifer in particular is like the more modern incarnation of this same concept. Really strong, in fact. It's very, very, very pure in the Luciferian one. So this thing is an egregore. However, the egregore is like an avatar or puppet that is being controlled by a conscious element of the archetypes. So you have the cosmic rebel archetype, which is it's a transcendent concept that has a self-aware consciousness to it, especially when it is invoked through an egregoric mask like Lucifer. And Lucifer is just one that speaks to you. It resonates with you. You like the personification of Lucifer, for example. Or maybe you like Yahweh. Or maybe you like... Now, Yahweh is a completely different being in that sense. It is a spirit of paternal protection, paternal guidance, judgmentalism, jealousy,
Selfishness.
some selfishness, absolutely. But it's not evil and it's not good. You have to remember, in antiquity, no god was good or evil. There was just gods that mankind kind of preferred because they made the crops grow, but you still had to be afraid of them. You still had to appease them. They could still smite your village at a whim. No god was good and no god was evil. They were just all doing their thing. They were forces of archetypal nature, which were personified by the ancients, and so the egregores grew out of that. And you can access those egregores. Those egregores are a way to interface, and the secret is this. And I said this in my last video, I think it was. I talked about this a lot. So if you haven't seen it, watch. It's like an hour long. Between you and I, we create an egregore of each other, because nowhere in the universe do I exist the way I exist in your experience. You see me in a way that I don't see myself. Flesh Priest doesn't see me. Nobody sees me the way you do. So you create a literal egregoric mask, in that mask, even though I have control over it to a point. I influence it and say what I say. You also, you take that mask and put your own perception on it. And somewhere in the middle, it comes alive. It literally has its own character to the point where you can invoke that egregore anytime. Like when someone says, I'm conjuring your soul, to use in magic, for example, quite often that's what they're conjuring. They're calling that egregoric mask that forms between us all, and they're pulling that into their working, doing something with it, and then returning it, and that can influence the person that you're talking about. So, you and I are creating an egregore of each other right now. There is no such thing as accuracy, it's just interpretation. You interpret me one way, I interpret you one way, other people. So like to your parents, your son or daughter. To your kids, your mother or father. To your boss, you're the jackass that was late yesterday. We all have a character that we play.
You just called me out?
I did. So all of us, that is what we are. Well, so what I'm trying to tell you is, when you're talking to Lucifer, you're talking to a being that's not unlike what you are. It's basically the same thing. It's just had a lot more time to be gathered by a lot more people, to be interpreted by a lot more people. And the spiritual...
Yes,
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I completely agree. You know, one of the things I often tell my girl here is I am the God and the devil of my own reality. And I see what you're saying with the egregoric thing. We all kind of create our own universe, our own perception.
I think it even goes beyond create, because I don't think anything's created. I think it's interpreted. I think it's, if the creation is not in the, so I don't create the atoms, but I see them, and then I create a vision of them. So that's the creation.
Yeah.
Right? So the stuff is there, but you overlay it with ideas which you like best. And I'm not even sure you create those ideas, but the arrangement of those ideas can be original, or in some way. So it's a big, wide mind fuck, and it's all Maya.
You ain't kidding, brother. You ain't kidding. Yeah, it sure is, man. But you know what? It interests the hell out of me, and that's why I'm so passionate about it. I really enjoy what I do.
And then you have to start doing live streams to keep it interesting.
Well, hey, either that or you have sex, the most passionate sex you can with your,
with your phone,
your hottie wife, with playing necrophonic and seeing what the spirits have to say about it.
Look, but that's what the universe does. It gets bored of itself, I guess, so it makes it more fun to be itself. So yeah.
Right. Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm gonna have to bounce out because I got 3 big super chats, and then we're gonna call it a night, I think. So.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much. I can't tell you enough. It was. It was a real pleasure getting able to talk to you guys, and I hope we can do this again sometime.
We're here every week, pretty much, unless something happens. We're here every week. It's a Thursday night regular show. Tell your friends. Let's see if we can get this back up to close to 100 next week.
All right, sounds good. All right, you guys fellas have a good night. All right,
all right, man.
Thank you.
Yep. You too.
All right, thanks,
Take
guys.
care, brother.
Yeah, you too. Bye bye. Did that go pretty good or what?
Yeah, we're about to watch it.
What do I do? Oh, they're still here.
Sorry, wrong call.
Oh, you wanted to come back,
Oh my God, we're so dumb. Tech support. All right, let's see. I think that means I have to join this one again. Did I screw it up? What am I doing? Damn it, Flesh Priest. I'm going to have to read my own super chats. What the heck? What the heck? I'm just going to, let me see if I can call him. Let me see. Come on. There we go. Who's there? No. What? Oh, there he is. There we go.
Here we go.
I'd fire you, but I don't pay you, so. Okay.
That was kooky. I don't know why Skype was being such a bitch about all that, but beside the point.
No, dude, it's fine, man. Don't even worry. It might be because I was fucking around with the guest list for a second to see what the hell how it worked, but whatever.
I'm gonna be honest. That one struck me out of left field at first. That was some fucking openness. Not talking shit by any means. That was like.
No, man, I appreciate that quite a bit. I mean, granted, there's times where I'm like, oh, I didn't need to know all that, but to be honest, no, that's actually. I appreciate that because they're going through real experiences and it's meaningful to them enough and they trust everybody here enough and it's powerful enough to them and it's normal enough to them. Now, let me be honest, there's nothing abnormal about fucking the living daylights out of the person you love. Like, what the hell? Like, that's not even, like, why are we being freaking weird about it? The only thing that's weird is we're not used to hearing it. And on some level, it's not stuff I would talk about because it's just, to me, I feel like I'd be oversharing because I'm just not into it. But that is also a lie because if you get me around the right campfire with the right bottle of booze in my hand, I'll be telling you the same kind of shit. So it's really just a matter of intimacy. Do you trust? And do you feel comfortable? You know, I don't have a problem with it in the slightest, except that my only thing is that to me, as slightly, not quite asexual, certainly not prude, but someone who feels that sex is not my programmed focus, I just go, oh, okay, so like eating food or something, you know, like I don't think I'm explaining properly what I really mean, but I don't mind. I appreciated it. It was a good call.
Yeah, I feel like there might be something getting mixed up there, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, I think you do because you've heard me long enough. Just go, I'll groan when you guys make sexual comments, but I'm not, it doesn't bother me at the slightest. It's like, no, it's part of what I like. It's fun. So
yeah,
it's not because also if it wasn't you guys, I make my own sexual comment. You should hear like when I'm walking around my house, like singing little ditties when I'm just bored, and I'll just have like I'll be humming, stick it in my ass, you know, like all kinds of weird like just you know like stroked out like verbiage comes out. So we got 3 big supers. Let's get to those.
But wait, really quick, do you do the ditties in the dolphin voice?
Sometimes.
Yeah. Okay, so super chats. Thank you all for being patient. Appreciate the fuck out of all of you. Shaman says, "Thank you, brothers and sisters. Have a great night." And Shaman, you stay fucking excellent, dude.
Thank you, Shaman. And like I said, we'll get to those 2 other consults this month. So I'll probably hit you up this weekend, like I said. So we'll talk. So, all right, brother. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you for being here, man. All right, who's next?
Eric Coetting. Fucking.
Who is that guy?
Jesus, dude. You didn't have to, like, thank you. Not complaining, but damn, that's a super chat, dude.
Dude.
Half a beast with a 0. Like,
dude.
Fuck, thank you. Damn.
All right, thank you, man. For real, thank you, brother.
I would get on to spread some of the love to your stream too, but you're always streaming while I'm working.
I know. Like I'm always sleeping, and I get up and I'll show up and be like, I love you. I got nothing to say because I'm just like I'm still waking up. So like, but that's cool though because like I wake up to EA on Wednesday. That's how I do it.
Yeah, I want to fucking sponsor a late night EA stream. That way I can actually get on.
Well, we get him on the Thursdays. Like, I don't think he was up for it tonight, but we'll get him on again soon. Yeah, I know he will be. It's just a question.
Yeah, but that's different because I can't spread the love in the same way. But anyways, Eric, the great EA Coetting, says, "Thanks for the work that you do in the space that you have created. Now go ahead and take a trip into town. Go ahead and take a trip into town and pick yourself out a new dress or something nice."
Oh,
okay.
Well, I don't fit in dresses. They're more like muumuus, but okay.
It was throwing me off because the first time I read that, I didn't read the full thing, and I thought he said he was making a trip into town. He's not. You're getting a dress, okay?
I mean, I'll wear a kilt for you. How about that? I'll do a kilt.
Maybe I'll get myself a dress for the next stream.
Oh, he means getting a dress for a P.O. box. That's what he said. Get an address. There was nothing weird about that. I was totally just straight edge right there.
Yeah, about as straight as my personality.
Whew. Well, you know, if the circle is large enough, it will appear straight. So.
Is that how that works?
Well, we all fuck ourselves in the end.
In a non-dualist perspective, we're all gay.
For ourselves.
Yes. Clone Bone.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And the other super chat, the great Johannes Josef von Engelstadt. I think I'm getting better at that name, but I always take a little pause. Can YHVH...
Yeah, just say Yahweh or Tetragrammaton.
Oh, is that? I thought that's what that was.
Yeah, because in Hebrew they didn't have vowels or whatever. Yeah. Yehovah, Yahweh.
the name of God be experienced as an aspect of one's shadow?
Oh boy, that's a freaking mountain load of uh-ohs.
Oh
So
man, we were gonna end the stream soon, but
uh,
as a actually before you answer, as a quick thing to that half off sale for the Dark Arts Summit is going to end with this stream. So if you guys want to get in on that, follow the link. I'll post it in chat in just a moment. And yeah, Lamia said once the stream ends, that sale ends too. So get it while it's hot.
Yep, get it while it's hot. And I'm going to answer Jeff's question. He asked a good question right above that. Which is the best beginner demon? Assuming we're not going to waggle around with the word demon, what it means. Let's pretend that it just means what's a good goetic spirit to start with. What's a good spirit that's on the left-hand path to start? What's a good one? I like to start people with Lucifer for the simple fact that even if you don't get, so Lucifer to me is a great guide, and that's why in Become the Maelstrom, the first spirit you contact and make arrangements with is Lucifer. But the very next one is King Paimon, and that is if you're going with that pantheon. You can use any pantheon you want. You can even use regular pagan pantheons, whatever you like. King Paimon is quite agreeable, though he does sometimes not resonate well with some people and can have problems. For the most part, King Paimon is a fairly easygoing first spirit to contact, and he's very popular and powerful. His popularity has gone off the charts. So for me, like there's a
Especially thanks to Hereditary.
Yeah, there's a handful of spirits. If I make a video about it, it's guaranteed to have bigger video showings than any other. Lucifer, King Paimon, Belial, Baal, those kind of spirits, bang, 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 big videos. I should do more of them if I really cared about the views. But no, King Paimon is easily first or second, depending upon the week. A lot of beginner occultists, they are all about King Paimon. And there's good reason. King Paimon, in the various different origins of that spirit. First of all, it's associated with so many different things. It's a great beginner spirit. It just is. So yes, I can't emphatically say you wouldn't be wrong if you didn't touch magic yet and King Paimon was your first try. You wouldn't be wrong. There are some I wouldn't do, maybe the first try, but King Paimon, totally a good idea. So let's get back to that question. So Yahweh, can Yahweh, Jehovah, Tetragrammaton, whatever, can this be experienced as an aspect of one's shadow? One might ask why that being is jealous at all. If we're saying jealous in the correct context as it's written, why is it jealous at all? Why does it care if you love it or not? Why? So that would imply that it has a shadow of its own. What is it, insecure? What is it? Is it so narcissistic that it needs to be loved? Well, what if there's a deeper lesson there, and the lesson is that all spiritual beings need attention or else they wither and die on the vine? If you forget the name of a spirit long enough, it will go away. If you have a culture that can't remember the name of a spirit, that name will be gone, and it's at a certain point, it becomes a dead god. It becomes something you cannot quite access the same way. You may still access the archetype, but the egregore goes away. The egregore dies eventually without attention. And so what is egregore? Anyone who knows anything about egregores knows that once they get going, they don't like to stop going, and they can become a real pain in the ass to keep your attention. And Yahweh is exactly like that. It is one of the worst because it's been force-fed prayer energy and love energy and devotion energy, and it's become the god of the big three, right? I mean, it's not necessarily the big three, but certainly the bigger two of the three, right? So it is a motherfucker, and it does not play games. It does not play games, but it is also, in a way, a victim. When I've seen it in its infernal incarnation, it is suffering in a way that is hard to comprehend. It is like, imagine it being tied up and force-fed prayer energy. And I think I've told you this story before, Johan, but it bears repeating. It's like being tied up in force-fed prayer energy and put enslavement of the churches which use and invoke its energy and name, and it is not properly respected as a spirit, believe it or not, because it is so heavily dogmatized and turned into whatever the priest class says it is, instead of being a personal God. Now that's where we have some differences too. There's some people that I know, I was hanging out with one of them the other day, who's a devout Catholic, but he's not, though. It's really weird. He's got a very enlightened view of what that being is. And he says, I call it this God, but I think it shows up to people in different ways. He's got that way more apologist, that, oh, fuck me in the beard, Lion, the Witch and Wardrobe, what's his name? The guy who wrote that.
C.S. Carroll?
C.S. Lewis. He's got a very much
Lewis.
C.S. Lewis. He's got a very much C.S. Lewis interpretation of God, much more gentle and kind. So who has the shadow, the God or the human beings that have written the Bible about him? Does that being, if Yahweh, Jehovah, whatever you want to call it, whatever incarnation of that you want to call it, Allah, whatever it is to you, whatever that spirit is, which is the truth about it? Is it what people have written, or is it the thing behind it? Now, I don't think, and this is going to piss off some of the theistic Satanist type people in my crew, I don't think it's evil. I don't have an aversion to it. I guess I certainly don't see it, however, as the creator. I don't see it as, that. I think humanity has twisted something into creating a religion that enslaves. I don't think the spirit is to blame. However, as above, so below. So to say it's blameless is also incorrect. All spirits are capable of what we would call good and evil, but they are not themselves that thing. They are not that. So does Yahweh, does Jehovah, does Tetragrammaton, can it be experienced as an aspect of one shadow? I would say absolutely that your shadow could manifest through that religion. And you could become, say, one of those fake preachers that has like the mega church and you don't really believe in shit, but you love those donations. Which shadow is that? And it can, of course, fit the shape of anything. It can fit the shape of any religion, any God, any practice. So in that way, yes, it can be experienced as an aspect of one shadow, because one shadow expresses itself whatever way is necessary. You can have a shadow that is terribly bad in the sense that it's very destructive, but it will manifest in extremely benevolent ways. Oh, I am so pious and generous. Look at how much I give to charity and blah, 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 blah. And I am so humble. That's a shadow, So, and that's a very common shadow in the church, is it not? Doesn't everybody who put a lot of money in the church collection plate, don't they almost always hold it over their head like, bang, slam it in that collection plate? Not always, but doesn't that happen quite a bunch? So yes, it absolutely can manifest as an aspect or within one shadow, or one shadow can, more accurately, one shadow can manifest as Tetragrammaton. Absolutely. So, all right, guys, let's see. Did I screw that up? Did I piss anybody off? Who just quit?
Oh, I think if you pissed anybody off, it was the right people to piss off.
Good point. So we got. I want to give Nina a special shout out again, because I didn't do that earlier. Nina, thank you for being here and being an awesome mod and everything you do. And your package is on the way, and it's got a little special something in it. I don't want to spoil the surprise, but it does have a little something extra in there, because you never accept anything except for my compliments. So I wanted to pay it forward a little bit. Actually, I'm paying it back, because you've come here without any expectations ever, and whenever I've offered, you say no. You're everywhere trying to be this awesome person who just helps people with their channels for free, for fun. You don't even ask to be advertised, but I want to make sure people know you exist. You're a sweetheart, and we love you, and we thank you very much for being here. Thank you so much, Nina.
Nina, if you've been in this community at all, especially live streams, you'll fucking see Nina pop up. I'll tune into people's videos that I don't even know Nina watches or anything, and she'll just be there like, what the fuck are you? Why is it everywhere I turn, it's always Nina? She's just always there, always helpful. She's great. And go check out her channel too, because she does a bunch of really cool stuff.
She's a good kid. A good kid, I swear.
She's a good kid.
She's a good kid. Good kid. So, all right, guys, I think we're going to do
Just
the buy
looking
our
at you,
crap
Pony
part.
Boy.
We've only got 35 people here now, so my advertising budget doesn't have to be that big. I want to thank everybody who called in. First of all, thank you very much for calling in. You make the show fun. Otherwise, it would be 2 hours long, and I would be much more hoarse. You guys make it so we can go. What's that?
Oh, I just said well put.
Yeah.
It'd only be 2 minutes or 2 hours long. I mean,
yeah, except for that time when Eric calls in and JD calls in. It's a 5.5 hour show, for fuck's sake. But thank you very much, guys, for calling in. We do this every week, and I mean it. Let's see if everybody who's here right now, if you could bring an extra person next week, we'll get like 90 people next week. That would be fun. And I don't even care if people freaking, like, I'll turn off super chats for that one. I don't give a fuck. I just want to see a party in here. I want to have a party in here. I want to have a good time. So if you guys do like my work, go to my Etsy store. I do have 3 new pendants up. Pendants are not as popular as books and mirrors, but they are there in case you're interested. And if you don't like them, let me know. Maybe there's a reason. Maybe it's something I need to correct about it because I'm new at this shit.
You know what? I just took a look at that actually, and you might only have 2 pendants up because one is in somebody's cart.
Oh, word. I'll have to.
So the Heart from Space.
Oh, the Heart from Space is one. I like that one. I did. That was actually, if you want to know the truth, if you're thinking about that one was actually part of a rosary that I used to use. And then for reasons.
Really?
Yes, and for reasons. And when I say rosary, I mean a demonic rosary. I had made it for my work. But it did not survive for reasons that I won't go into. So it has energy in it, but it's not active. So you may want to banish it a little bit, or you may want to just see what happens. Have some fun with it. No promises either way. I haven't banished it, but I will if you send me a message and be like, banish it, I will. I'll put it that way. But no, that was used as a type of rosary, as the monk bead, so to speak, the big one at the end. So yeah. So if you guys, if you're interested in that one, grab it because that one's pretty potent. Tektite's awesome for contacting other dimensions. It's one of my favorites. So if you guys are interested in that stuff, you got time. Don't worry about it. And of course, my books are my bread and butter. That is how I'm able to basically do this for a living. If my books sell, I do well. That is my big thing. But if you have my books or you don't want any more books, you can contact me at becomethemaelstrom.com. I have services there, consults, rituals, all that kind of good crap. But I do not like to do just rituals. I prefer consults personally because I don't believe you should be able to pay me money and then I do magic for you. That's not how this works. I will refuse to do it in that case. I need to know the story first. I need to know if I care. And if I don't care a little bit, I don't want to do it. If I'm feeling a negative, I'm not going to do it. So, and if I feel like it's not going to help you, I'm not going to do it. So that's the rule with that. So check out my website, www.mindtheshadows.com, and fuck Patreon and Teespring and all that crap. The big things are those other things. And just so you guys know,
I mean, hey, no, don't disrespect Teespring too much. They got some cool shit.
Well, I got this. You can buy this, an even bigger version of it. Actually, you can get a big. This is the small one. I have like a 10-foot version. So if you want to have one on the ground that uses as a ritual circle, hell yeah, I would use that thing for sure. So that is there on Teespring if you're interested, along with some other stuff. If you saw in my stream before, when Camilla was there in the backdrop, that was the Lucifer tapestry, one of my favorites. So I love that thing. Buy our crap, buy all of our crap. But I will say so watch if you don't see anything on the Etsy store you want now, look at what's sold because all of that's getting replaced within a week or two. I'm ordering a bunch more books from Amazon to do signed copies of. So if you want signed copies of my books, they'll still be the paperback stuff, but they'll be signed, and I do mean signed. I will sign them by hand. I've been practicing. My handwriting sucks, but I've been practicing. There's
a reason why it's typed out.
Yeah, exactly. So if you want a signed copy of my books in time for the holidays or a mirror that my wife and I make sure you favorite that store and check back like once a week to see if we've updated. We will usually announce on the stream if we've got something new. So anyway, guys, I think that cuts it. I think we paid one of the bills. I don't know about all the bills, but one of the bills.
Yeah. And actually, hey, everybody who's still on right now, even if you haven't messaged chat at all the entire night, just say something in chat real quick so I can give you a shout out as we leave. It shows me the participants.
Yeah, we do. We had a whole bunch in here for a little while, didn't we?
Yeah, 60 or something at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, we were up to like in the mid 60s, I think. Yeah, but not that many people active right now, so that's fine.
Yes, that's why there's a little bit of a delay. Everybody, shout out right now. I want to send love every one of your ways.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Eric, man. Trust me, dude. Like, you know, like we were always talking about, like, yeah, someday we're all gonna have to we're gonna hang out somewhere. We're gonna get either that or we're all gonna get our own Winnebago and just travel the countryside being black magicians, scaring the shit out of everybody. That would be fun as fuck. But yeah.
You know what? You know what kind of sucks? Like, I feel like sometimes it can come across like, I don't know about you, but just speaking from my own perspective, like fucking sucking EA's dick or something because he's on like big man on campus of just like, oh,
True.
EA, you're great and everything, but like he makes it tough because he is just genuinely such a cool fucking guy and I like hanging out with them.
Exactly.
And that's the reason why I'm doing it. It's like, damn it, why do you got to be such a cool fucking dude?
I think he said the same thing to me one time, but it was a different context because he heard I was an asshole because I am. But I think he was expecting an actual asshole, not just somebody who acts like one. So, no, man, I love that dude to death, and I'm glad that he's here. He doesn't even have to be here, man. Just I love him to death. I love talking about him and going freaking hanging out with him and all that good shit. And I'm about to gush and be a jerk. So, yeah. So next week, same time, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I don't know what the theme will be, but it will be post-election. So, Desmond, you will probably need to turn your headphones off occasionally because I will probably be either ranting and raving or cheering and jeering. So
yeah, you'll see my screen go dark for a little bit in there because I cannot stand politics right now.
Well, it might not be. It might not be politics if it's a matter of pure survival. So it might be more like a weather report.
and if you guys want
the rioting horde is moving west down I-95. Everyone who is there, please beware. Get yourselves ready. Be ready for the horde. Get ready.
And hey, if you guys want to fucking kick it with us, we plug the Discord a bunch, but not this weekend. Dark Arts Summit is going on and shit. The weekend after this one, we're going to do our damnedest as long as nothing comes up. Just fucking hang out in our Discord, play some games Among Us, fucking Cards Against Humanity and shit. Just have a fun time, talk about Magic, talk about other shit, and just have laughs with everybody. Last time it was fucking fun.
Yeah, Mr. Quetting, you asked to be reminded of that. So here's your reminder. 1 week plus 2 days from tonight.
I can't forget about that.
Yeah, so we're doing it next weekend. We're going to have something. We don't know what. Probably what we talked about. Maybe a D&D game. I don't know. We'll fucking surprise you. You better come ready to do whatever. Because we have fun, and we had a good time, and everybody was cool as fuck, man. We had a great time.
Oh, yeah. But so, wrapping up here, fucking appreciate you all. You guys make these streams so much fucking fun to be a part of. So, love to all you. Blade and Cloak, Bonnie Woodruff, Dia Phoenix, Eric Coetting, Giafar524, Juliana, Jenny S. Block, Candelario, General 7.
He's not specific. He's general. He's General 7. Not specifically 7. He's General 7.
I think you misgendered them.
Oh shit! I think I. Up. Cancel.
Use a she. I think.
I apologize.
I don't know. Don't cancel us.
I apologize. I didn't even put 2 and 5 together and get 3. I got fucking idiot instead. Fucking moron.
Johannes Josef von Engelstadt, Cracky Comics, Krasinski, Lucas Vose, Mac Callum, Man Clan, Medicine Man, Necro Nikki, Patchwork, and Star Ruby Corsi.
Yeah, you know, Necro Nikki didn't call in tonight. She usually likes to call in on Thursday. What's up, Nikki? So, yeah, is that everybody? We got Blade and Cloak.
That's everybody I had in participants.
That looks like everybody, yeah. All right, guys, so thank you. We'll see you next week. Until next time. Mind the shadows.
Keep Halloween spooky, motherfuckers.
Oh yeah, don't let them take Halloween. I don't give a fuck. If you're on fucking lockdown, go out anyway. Tell them to smell your bag and put a piece of dog shit in your fucking Halloween bag. These motherfuckers, they can't take Halloween away from me, motherfucker.